Thank you very much.
We're to hear from Mr. Cook this morning, sir.
Yeah, and before Mr. Cook is sworn, can I thank him for agreeing to appear at 9:30 at very short notice? It's of help to the inquiry, Mr. Cook, so thank you very much.
You're more than welcome. Thank you, sir.
Would you like to
stand up?
Yes, please. And just repeat after me. I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Ms. Cook, my name is Sam Stevens. I ask questions on behalf of the inquiry. Could I ask you to state your full name, please?
Alan Ronald Cook.
Thank you for giving evidence to the inquiry today. In front of you, there should be a witness statement.
Yes.
That runs to 106 paragraphs. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
For the record, the document reference number is WITN 00190100. Could I, before I ask you to turn to your signature, could we please turn to paragraph 89, which is on page 30 of the statement?
Yep.
I understand there's a point of clarification you wish to make in respect of that paragraph.
There is indeed, but I wonder, Mr. Smith, if I could just say before we get started, I'd like to put on record most strongly my personal apology and sympathies with all sub-postmasters, their families and those affected by this. As we get into the conversation, obviously, there'll be an opportunity for me to elaborate, but it just felt to me that was an important thing for me to say up front. In terms of paragraph 89, it cites a couple of letters that I had received from MPs, which was correct at the time, or I believe to be correct at the time I wrote this, but since the document was submitted, some further documents have been released by the inquiry, which show that there were 3 more cases. So that it was correct at the time, and I'm just seeking to clarify that, that there's nothing wrong with the statement as it stood then, but there have been 3 cases identified since.
So at the time you signed the statement, you believed paragraph 89 to be true, but
Correct.
you've since received further documents that show that there were further letters sent.
Correct.
Subject to, well, no, before we do that, can I ask you please to turn to page 36?
Yes,
Is that your signature?
it is.
And are the facts stated in that witness statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Thank you. That stands as your evidence in the inquiry. I'm going to ask you some questions about it. Very briefly, in terms of your background, you were appointed as a non-executive director of Post Office Limited on the 23rd of February 2005. You nodded, yes?
Yes, sorry.
In your statement, you describe having a long and varied career in public and private sectors. Another nod.
Yes, indeed.
You were Chief Executive Officer of National Savings and Investments from September 2002.
Correct.
Now, you held that role whilst you were a non-executive director of Post Office Limited. Is that right?
Correct.
But in March 2006, you were appointed as Managing Director of Post Office Limited.
Correct.
And at that point, you stepped down from National Savings and Investment Bank.
Correct.
We don't need to turn it up, but in your witness statement, you refer to the role of non-executive director, and you say that you had a duty to challenge management on any aspect of the business and their proposed approach to both the running of the business and the direction in which Post Office Limited was being taken. And you still agree with that?
I do.
In order to carry out that duty effectively, you would need to know broadly what the Post Office's operations were.
Correct.
How were you introduced or inducted to the business when you became a non-executive director?
So, as I've explained in my statement, I had quite a bit of dealings with the Post Office prior to becoming a non-executive director, because the Post Office was the primary distribution channel for the National Savings and Investment products. So that's how I got to know some of the people at the Post Office. However, it's a different order of magnitude if you become a board member. And so they set up a programme for me, going around visiting a number of branches, visiting heads of different functions inside the building, so that it lasted for several months, to be honest, on and off. Obviously, this was not a full-time role, because I had a full-time role with National Savings, who were happy to allow me to do this. But so it was a reasonably comprehensive induction.
Do you remember getting any talks or induction sessions from the legal department at Post Office Limited?
I can't remember. I can't remember a particular event or a particular person that I saw. I would have probably been updated by that area from the finance director, Peter Corbett. Would be my recollection.
When you sat as a non-executive director, did you apply or take into account any codes relevant to corporate governance and management?
This is the first time I had been a non-executive director. I had been on boards that had non-executive directors on them. The corporate governance code, I've gone on in later life to spend a lot of time working on boards, so I would confess much more expert now than I was then. But certainly I was well aware of my overall responsibilities in terms of challenging management. I was aware that I was not the decision maker and that I had to contribute to the conversation and express reservations if I felt so inclined, or supportive comments if it felt to me the right thing to do.
Just to clarify your evidence, when you were non-executive director, do you think you would have applied the Financial Reporting Council corporate code or not?
Oh, yes.
And in your view, were your expectations for the standards of corporate governance in a publicly owned company like Post Office Limited different to your expectations for a publicly listed company?
Well, they were... It is different. It was different. I had a board at National Savings and Investments, which I sat on as the chief executive rather than as a non-executive director. But on that National Savings and Investments board, I was outnumbered by the non-executives deliberately. That would be a typical feature. So there were more people in the room that were independent than were employed. The Post Office board was the other way round. So it was primarily the senior management team. Sir Mike Hodgkinson, who you saw yesterday, who was the chairman, was a non-executive. There was Brian Goggin, who was the chief exec of Bank of Ireland, and then myself. So both of the two independent directors had also business relationships with the Post Office, if you see what I mean. What you refer to as being outnumbered and it being the other way around on Post Office Limited board, to what extent did that affect the adequacy of the corporate governance or oversight? I think corporate governance is better performed if the non-executives are greater in number than the executives, if you see what I mean. That doesn't mean to say it's no good, but I think it would be of a higher standard with more independence on the board. And why weren't there more independents on Post Office Limited board? Not known to me. What I would say is that board was a subsidiary to the Royal Mail Holdings board, where, yes, indeed, the independents were in the majority. So, I think technically, if you looked at it, it was okay because the Royal Mail parent had that independence. To what extent were you involved with the Royal Mail business whilst you were a non-executive director? Very little, really. Well, I would go, as part of my induction, I might have gone to some of the functions that sat in Royal Mail working for the Post Office, for example. But in terms of the business activities of Royal Mail, then I didn't get very involved in that at all.
Looking at responsibilities, would you agree that the Post Office Limited Board was responsible for oversight of the operations of the post office business?
Correct, yes.
Do you agree with this, that the identification, analysis and management of risk is very important to running a company?
Indeed.
And do you accept that Post Office Limited, or the Board of Post Office Limited, was responsible for overseeing how the executive team identified, analysed and managed risk?
Correct, yes.
Let's go to your appointment as Managing Director, March 2006. And please could we bring up the witness statement at page 16, paragraph 46. You set out how the background to you becoming or being appointed as Managing Director. And you say at the bottom half, I therefore accepted the role of Managing Director with the understanding that I would have full accountability and responsibility for the Post Office Limited business, but that I would be dependent on Royal Mail Group for delivery or oversight of certain functions, for example, HR, legal, finance, and IT. So are you effectively saying you have ultimate executive accountability for the operations of the Post Office Limited Company, but you're not responsible for the services provided by Royal Mail Group?
I have accountability, yes, but the responsibility wasn't direct.
What do you mean by that?
The people that were doing that work did not work for me, or somebody that worked for me.
Which people are you referring to?
In those shared service functions, HR, legal, finance and IT.
So where Royal Mail Group are providing it, you're not responsible for those people, is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
that's right, yes. I'm not saying I'm not responsible for the issues, but the people were...
Yes, the people, yes.
Were not pay and rations post office employees, if you see what I mean.
And what was your view on legal being a group function?
In large groups, it's not uncommon because if you centralise, a specialist expertise, you can probably get a higher standard group by having them central and building a career for lawyers or HR or finance or whatever it is. I was a little reluctant when I was being offered the job because I would prefer to have had my arms around everything. Right? On the other hand, as I say in my witness statement, it was sort of I understood the aspiration from a Royal Mail Group perspective, why it would be sensible to achieve those synergies by having specialist functions centralised. And in the conversations I was having about being appointed when I was offered the role, I was sort of exercised, this may sound like ego and it's not meant to be at all, I was exercised by the fact that David Mills, my predecessor, was the chief executive of the Post Office and I was being offered the job of managing director. And so my suspicion was I going to have the same level of accountability that David had had? And I was persuaded during these conversations in the build-up that it would work. I felt rather embarrassed that I'd sort of confessed any ego over a job title. It wasn't about the job title, it was about the accountability.
And accountability you accepted?
Yes, yes.
And you earlier referred to, when I asked about legal being a group function, you referred to legal being centralised in other group companies. Are you aware of another group of companies where legal is centralised at the group level or the parent level and the subsidiary carries out or is responsible for prosecuting members of its own workforce?
No, I'm sure not.
Do you think Post Office Limited would have benefited from its own legal team?
Well, I would have liked its own legal team. I would have felt happier. I would have felt more accountable. I'm not saying to you that the problems would have been unearthed massively quicker as a result, but I would have been closer to the issue.
And what was stopping you from having your own legal team?
Well, it was not the proposed organisational structure, so it was a non-negotiable when I was being appointed.
When you were on as managing director, you sat on the Royal Mail board.
Correct.
So did that mean you had some oversight of Royal Mail's legal department?
And that's how I got my head round this structure being okay, was at the end of the day, it's not like I wasn't going to be on the board of Royal Mail Holdings, which I was. Obviously, that's high up, but the board, as I said earlier, was in the majority of non-execs, and then there were 4 business unit heads, effectively, the Royal Mail Letters business, Parcel Force, GLS, which was a European parcels business, and Post Office. Yes. So I was one of 4.
Could we turn, please, in your statement, page 7, paragraph 24. You say in the middle, however, over time, I came to realise that the board, and you're referring to the Post Office Limited Board, the board's scope was not as broad as I would have expected. What do you? How did the board's scope not match with your expectations?
Well, an example would be that the audit committee that existed was the Royal Mail Holdings Audit Committee, and hung off the Royal Mail Holdings Board. There was no audit committee for the Post Office Limited Board. So that's just an example of the scope that reliance was placed on Royal Mail Holdings governance as well as Post Office Limited governance. Otherwise, for example, producing the annual results and having the accounts audited was a process that would have been run through an audit committee, and that audit committee was at the Royal Mail Holdings level, which I freely accept. I was on the board of Royal Mail Holdings, but I'm just saying it's from a Post Office Limited board's perspective. They weren't the accountable party.
So that sounds, you're talking about the audit committee there, but in terms of how you could oversee the operations of the business on a day-to-day level, were you satisfied that the Post Office Board had sufficient scope to do that task adequately?
Yes.
You say in your witness statement, we don't need to turn it up, that there was a Risk and Compliance Committee. Mm-hmm. Now, as I understand it, the Risk and Compliance Committee sat below the Post Office Limited Board.
Correct.
Was it a formal subcommittee of the board or an executive committee?
Well, it was a formal subcommittee of the board, but it was primarily comprising of executives, as I explained earlier, yeah.
So in those circumstances, would you accept that it's good governance for the minutes of those committee meetings to be submitted and reviewed by the board?
It would be, yes.
I want to turn now to Post Office prosecutorial role. Mm-hmm. Now, it's obviously one of the issues the inquiry is examining is how that role was overseen. Now, your evidence, which we will come to shortly, is that you were unaware that Post Office was involved in the prosecution of sub-postmasters until May 2009.
No, that's not quite right. I was unaware that the Post Office were the prosecuting authority. If you see what I knew there were court cases, but I didn't realise that Post Office, in about 2/3 of the cases, had initiated the prosecution.
I see.
As opposed to the DPP or the police or whatever.
So,
just to clarify,
that, so you're saying you were aware that the business investigated theft, fraud, and false accounting, yeah, but you thought that it went to another agency for the prosecution.
And the expressions that you would typically see with things like the case went to court, and it was, and I now know, because I've pored all over this and I've checked all the figures, that about 1/3 went down that route, but 2/3 were the Post Office taking the decision to prosecute themselves.
We're going to come to that part of evidence shortly.
Yeah.
You now know that whilst you were a non-executive director and managing director, that the Post Office, alleged to be the victim of crimes, it investigated those crimes itself and decided whether to prosecute.
I do, yes.
Do you accept that a company's involvement in prosecutions such as that inherently creates risk for the company?
Yes, I think it must.
What do you think those risks are?
Well, I think if somewhere that is not the organisation in question is making the call to, it's all about independence, is making the call to prosecute, then one would go into that with a greater degree of comfort. It doesn't mean that the case would be won or lost. It just means that there was probably a higher bar to be cleared before a prosecution was initiated. Now, a lot of the evidence in these cases was, on the face of it, quite compelling, but that's not really the point. The point is how much independence is there in the thought process.
You say you weren't aware of a Post Office's position as making decisions on whether to prosecute. Assuming you had been while you were managing director, the risks you've described, would you have foreseen those at the time?
I would have been uncomfortable because I would not have encountered that before. So I would have probed the principle, and it would be hypothetical for me to say what might have happened, but it's an area that I would have gone down to say, well, how then are we comfortable that we're doing this? And if the power is the power, what level of independence could we build into that decision-making process inside the Post Office? So, the Post Office had many strands to it. I don't know whether this was the case, but I would have, at the very least, looked for line manager sign-off, in the operations area rather than the legal area. So it shouldn't be something that just legal would do. But that's all hypothetical, probably not helpful, to be honest.
Well, let's turn to look at your actual knowledge and what you say in your witness statement. Can we go to page 21, please, of the statement? And paragraph 59. Talks about the Risk and Compliance Committee, and about 5 lines down you say, to the best of my knowledge, the Risk and Compliance Committee was not given any information or reporting, nor did it have any oversight of the prosecution of SPMs. As a result, I did not take any steps as a member of the Risk and Compliance Committee to ensure that POL was acting in compliance with its legal obligations in relation to those prosecutions and civil proceedings against SPMs. I was not aware that they were taking place.
Correct.
The way you say you were not aware they were taking place, what precisely do you mean?
It's probably not sufficiently precise. I knew there were prosecutions, but prosecutions by the Post Office, as opposed to from somewhere else, was what I was talking about.
So, what did you think happened in terms of who did you think did the investigation?
Oh, the Post Office investigation. There was an investigations team. They did the investigation, and as I said, the expressions were used like, "This is going to court." I had assumed that the police/DPP had been involved. I mean, I shouldn't have presumed, but I did presume, sadly, and that we were then. It had gone to court. Was the expression they used. I had not encountered the notion of an organisation that could make that decision on its own, and I suppose I had too much assumed knowledge. And when you see the words that were written, I can see why that view still perpetuated in my mind, because it didn't overtly say, we have taken the decision to prosecute. So one of my regrets, that I didn't pick up on that earlier.
Well, as I understand it, it follows from what you're saying that when you became the managing director, no one within the company, Post Office Limited, thought it necessary to tell you, and by the way, we prosecute people in the sense that we don't just investigate them, but we initiate and conduct the prosecution. Is that it?
Yeah, that's correct. And it may be that they assumed I knew that.
Well, there may have been many assumptions, but that's the state.
Yeah, that was
as far as your evidence is concerned. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. That was the point I was trying to get across. It's quite subtle, but it's very important.
Well, can we look, please, at poll 30021418. This is a note of the Risk and Compliance Committee meeting on the 29th of September 2005. You'll see at the bottom your apologies, which means you weren't in attendance.
Correct.
Do you remember reading these minutes?
I don't. I mean, this was 18 years ago, whatever. I don't remember. I'm sure I would have been sent them. I did not typically, while I was a non-exec, I did not typically attend this risk and compliance meeting. And I didn't realise obviously I must have had the minutes, but I didn't realise I was being recorded as not in attendance. But I would have received the papers, I'm sure.
And would you have read them?
Yes. I'm a voracious reader. So.
Could you please turn to page 6? And the bottom of the page, please. Under updates on major incidents, it says Post Office Limited has a principle of undertaking criminal prosecutions for all cases where it is in the public interest, but noting that likelihood of recovery and circumstances of the defendants and victims may be relevant to that decision. That's saying in terms that the Post Office made decisions to prosecute, isn't it?
It does. It's not how I read it. This is my regret. I mean, there was a sort of high and mighty tone sometimes there, and people, it fed a sense of self-importance. It never occurred to me, reading that the Post Office was the sole arbiter of whether or not that criminal prosecution would proceed. I felt what they were saying was, we agree it's proceeding, but somewhere else had to agree to it going ahead.
Where did you get that assumption from, that it was somewhere else?
I had never come across a situation before where a trading entity could initiate criminal prosecutions themselves. So I'm not blaming others for this. It's my misunderstanding, but I just not encountered that type of situation, and I would have just read those in the vein of we agree it should be done.
Do you think you should have known that Post Office was making those decisions?
I think I should. Yes, and that's clearly there are many regrets on many aspects of this, but that is one of mine that I didn't understand. I was going to call it a subtlety. That would be an insult. It's not a subtlety. It's really important, but it was a different nuance on it.
Could we please turn to poll 30021421? This is another Risk and Compliance Committee meeting on the 6th of September 2006. At this point, we see that you're in attendance as a member.
Because I was then the managing director, yeah. I think Sir Mike Hodgkinson talked yesterday about the debate about the appropriateness of me being there or not as an executive, but I felt quite strongly that this would be a committee that I should attend as managing director.
And why was that?
It's something I've done in all the companies that I've chaired or been involved in since. I always go to the Risk and Compliance Committee because that's where a lot of the detail is, and putting it crudely, that's where the risks lie. And I've always worked in regulated businesses, so the word compliance is quite important because you're working to a set of statutory rules for many of the different products that we were selling. And so compliance with those rules feels like a really important thing for the boss to have his head round.
Could we turn, please, to page 4 and go to the bottom of the document? It says investigation activity report, investigation activity period 5 report, and it refers to Dave Pardoe presenting the key points from the monthly investigation team. Do you recall who Dave Pardoe was?
Well, I assume he was a member of the investigation. I recognise the name, but I can't see him in my mind's eye, and I assume he was on the investigation team. I don't know.
And what did you think the investigation team did?
Well, they investigated all aspects of fraud, and just to make it plain, more cash went through the post office organisation than any other organisation. 80 billion a year. The potential for fraud was endless, but the fraud I'm talking about is what the customers were up to, not particularly about what staff were up to. So there was a constant stream. These investigation reports would have a whole range of issues. For example, I don't know, travel money cards, or we were issuing cash on plastic, which seemed a very innovative thing at the time, believe it or not, considering how we all behave today. But there was a lot of potential fraud to investigate. But
you knew that they investigated allegations of fraud within sub-post offices?
Yes.
And
or even in Crown Post offices or franchise
yes.
offices, yeah.
And did you know that was part of this security team?
Yes.
And what was in terms of reporting lines, what was your relationship to the security team?
They reported through the operations director. I can't remember how many layers, but ultimately the operations director was responsible for that, and the operations director reported to me.
And did you ever have discussions with members of the security team outside of the risk and compliance meeting?
I would have thought so. If you're going to follow up with a question of what was one of those meetings, I would struggle to remember, to be honest. But I was quite a visible boss, I think, and so I would make it my business if it was possible. If somebody had written me something from inside the organisation, my tendency would be to get up and go and find that person and talk to them about it. And that visibility, I think, was good, that I was always walking around the building on the days that I wasn't out in the network, and then you connect better with people. So I'm sure I had contact, but I couldn't give you an example, to be frank.
But with that visibility and the likelihood of talking to them, your evidence is still that at no point in the years that you were managing director, anyone in the security or investigation team raised the fact that they made decisions to prosecute.
Well, that is my position, definitely. I think it's sometimes what's said and what's heard. And the problem that I was bringing to the piece was I just had a presumption, and I didn't hear something sufficiently categoric to say, what, you mean we decide on our own and no one can stop us? I never asked that question. Well, when I say I never asked, I did obviously when we got to the Computer Weekly article, which we'll get to, but prior to that point, I had gone through not picking up that. And I'm not blaming them for not spelling it out enough. I'm to be frank, I'm blaming me for not picking up on it. So people can say things and they feel that's okay, he was okay with that. Well, I wasn't okay with it, I just didn't really appreciate what was meant.
Could we bring the same document back up, please? It was POL. Thank you. It's still on page 4, please. It goes on to say what was in the report. It says, in particular, the report focused on the Accrington DMB, that's directly managed branch, is it?
Yes, yeah.
Of a £600,000 fraud. Successors using Proceeds of Crime Act. What does that mean to you?
I don't really know, to be honest.
Well, was it the case that you were discussing the Post Office Limited using the Proceeds of Crime Act to recover?
Yes. So if that's coded speak for Post Office making prosecutions, then so be it. That's not necessarily what I read it as.
That's not what I'm putting to you. I'm putting to you that is refers to a discussion of Post Office Limited using the Proceeds of Crime Act to recover funds from persons it's accusers of theft or fraud.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Would that have happened? Would that conversation have happened?
Well, it's in a report that I would have received.
We know you were at this meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember the conversation, obviously, all that time ago, but...
and it says, and the better targeting of audit resource on dishonest branches. Dishonest branches, that's referring to sub-postmasters accused of theft, fraud and false accounting, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yes. Well, I don't think it's just sub-postmasters, but, you know, if there were problems with a branch, there were many different types of branches. I mean, a significant quantity of the branches were franchised to supermarket chains and high street retails, you know, so there was a group of directly managed branches where the staff in them worked for me. There was a large tranche of branches that were partnerships with other retail organisations, and then there were sub-postmasters.
Yes. Before we move on, the second paragraph on 3.2 refers to concerns about checks as an appropriate method of payment. It says, likewise, issues were raised with the Instant Saver Access Saver account and travel cards offers, in themselves solid offers that are spoilt by branch non-conformance. It says, Alan voiced an opinion that he was against modifying an offer to the detriment of the customer in order to force branch conformance, and would rather expect steps be taken to drive conformance by sanction if necessary.
Yeah.
What sanction is that referring to?
That doesn't really sound like me, but yeah, it would be if we had to stop, and don't forget checks were still a big thing back then, if we had to stop taking checks because we had people that couldn't handle the check correctly, that seemed disadvantageous to customers. So what we needed to do was to find a way of making sure that we followed the right procedures. Now, very often, I have to say that the challenge was the procedure was cumbersome in the first place. So it is harder to conform if the process is complicated. So this was, I spent many years in customer operations. It's the line I grew up in, and you can engineer these problems out by changing processes and procedures, and you can't make them foolproof, but you can design, if you're not careful, processes that make it more likely that people will make mistakes. And one of the things I did as part of my induction when I became managing director rather than chief exec was I did the Horizon, the fast version of the Horizon training course. And I went and worked at my local Crown office for a day, which was probably one of my most stressful days.
Yes,
at
well,
the post office. But it showed to me that it was a complicated thing to do.
okay. I want to show you another document, please. It's POL 30483361. And this was a document that was given to you this morning.
Oh, right, yes.
So this is Investigation Team Report, period 9, December 2006. In the top left, it says POL ET. That's the Post Office Limited executive team, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
And these are the types of reports we were referring to in the last set of minutes,
Correct.
which would be sent to you.
Yeah, yeah.
And you see in the top right, it says it's from Tony Utting with the job title National Investigation Manager.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember working with Mr. Utting?
I don't, to be honest. I recognise the name. It depends what you mean by I remember working with him. I knew the name, but I can't place him now after all these years.
When Mr. Utting gave evidence to the inquiry, he said that he had acted as designated prosecuting authority to make decisions on prosecutions.
Right.
I assume you can't agree or disagree with that.
No, that's the first I've heard of it. Yep.
If we look down below what the investigation, it says Investigation Team Report, the title there, and it says beneath that the principal aims of the investigation team are to stop criminal offences taking place, apprehend and prosecute those who commit offences against us in order to maximise our recovery and reduce loss to Post Office Limited and its clients through the identification of areas of weakness. It goes on.
Yep.
Again, this is saying in terms that Post Office Limited prosecuted people, isn't it?
No. It's the same point. I do understand and accept the point. I still didn't take out of it that we were the final decider in so many cases to prosecute. I mean, this report just, I saw it this morning, just reminds me the scale of activity in an organisation that handles so much cash. So there's so many things going on here, if you look, about different types of product, the risk of fraud. And primarily to me, when I was hearing the word fraud, I was thinking it was we or the Bank of Ireland that was being defrauded by customers. And, very often it was, but there was another dimension, which was staff as well.
Well, if we turn to page 3, please. And the second paragraph, I'm sure I'm going to get this wrong. I think it's the Gairwin Post Office branch. I can see a wry smile. I probably have got that wrong, but anyway, this refers to the prosecution of Noel Thomas, a core participant in these proceedings. And it said the sub-postmaster pleaded guilty to false accounting by inflating his cash account by approximately £48,000. It goes on to describe the case. You would have seen this at the time, wouldn't you?
Yes. So the screen's just gone blank, actually.
Yes, it's
okay.
Just,
yeah, right.
And £48,000, that's a significant loss to the business, isn't it?
Yep. Yes.
And the idea of these investigation reports is that you get them on a monthly basis. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it enables the executive team to trace through from the point of a loss is found right through to the outcome of the case. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sorry.
Is it not the case that whilst this case was going through and you received updates on it, at some point you would have been told that a decision had been made to prosecute?
Well, I think not really. I don't think that's the case. These cases were reported on, and if they went, and as I said, the terminology, and it's even used in that particular paper, went to court.
Well, they went to court, didn't they? Even
Yes.
if the Post Office made the decision, the case went to court.
Well, those two things don't quite go together. So it went to court. I had not assumed that we might have wanted it to go to court, but I didn't realise that we had the power back then to take it to court, regardless of what anybody else might think.
If Post Office Limited had been dealing with the CPS or the police to handle these types of cases, would that have been described within Post Office Limited that CPS was a stakeholder?
Well, about 30% of them went down that route, I now understand.
That wasn't my... Oh, okay.
But I never saw a differentiation. Nobody ever, it wasn't who decided, it went to court. And as I say, I now understand, I sat and worked it out the other evening, that just under 30% went that route. So the majority were the Post Office making that call, but I had not appreciated that at the time, until late in 2009.
Well, we'll come to late in 2009 shortly. How do you think that prosecutions were overseen in Post Office?
By the investigations team.
And so is it effectively that, what is your evidence effectively that the investigation team and the security team maybe ran the investigations, but at board level, there was no oversight?
Well, it reported up through the operations director, but we wouldn't have been progressing each case at board level because the organisation was just too large. You wouldn't be looking at individual cases. If something notable happened, and that Welsh one was notable, I guess, and it got its whole paragraph. But when I would have read that, I would have seen that the postmaster pleaded guilty. My concern now, I understand, is that the postmasters were being advised to plead guilty even if they thought they weren't, in order to reduce...
We're looking at the decision on prosecution. Let's look
sorry, I digress.
Another way.
Yes. Yeah.
Are you aware that the Central Legal Department in Royal Mail Group provided legal advice on the prosecutions?
I assumed they did, yes. I took comfort from the fact they were there.
So you knew that Royal Mail Legal had some involvement?
Yes.
What did you think they were doing?
Well, they were... it's not an unusual governance structure to have a large central support function that's providing a service to 2 or 3 different business units in a group, and for one of those business units there would be a more senior person, lawyer or accountant or whatever, that would establish a close relationship with the business unit. But their main boss would be the central function. Now, if you're in that business unit, you take some comfort from the fact that there's a more high-power individual in Royal Mail Group that is exercising technical oversight over what those people are doing.
But what did you think they were taking oversight of for you to gain any comfort?
The quality of the legal decisions being made.
And what were the legal decisions being made?
Well, there was a whole variety of things. We had, fraud on post office card account, and there was loads of activity going on that was nothing to do with Horizon issues and sub-postmasters.
Right, so let's focus purely on the decision to prosecute.
Yeah.
Did you realise that, let's make it broader than that, the investigation of sub-postmasters for theft, fraud and false accounting and the subsequent prosecution, did you think that the Royal Mail Group legal department had any involvement in that?
I would have thought they'd had oversight, yes.
Why did you think that?
Because they were responsible for the legal function.
I'm going to go back to, back to the hypothetical where we started earlier. If you were aware, assume you were aware that Post Office Limited were making the decisions to prosecute.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes. Well,
would you have sought to get a legal function within Post Office Limited?
Well, the latter wasn't an option, because that had been debated when I first was offered the role. But I would have if I had discovered that back then, as I think I've already said, I would have then looked at how we could put safety checks in and whatever, but it would be something that I would have reviewed with the group legal director.
With hindsight, do you think relying on the group legal department was effectively putting that advice too high up the chain?
Well, I think it was a mistake on my part. I shouldn't have allowed the organisational structure to give me any sense of less of an accountability, because I was accountable. But no, I don't think this was quite a big deal. I think it would be right and justifiable for me to be talking to the group legal director and seeking personal assurance from him that he was comfortable with what they were doing.
So I'm going to move on to another topic. I know it's slightly early, but I wonder if it might be more sensible to have a break there and then have a longer break until we swap.
Yeah, however you wish to pursue it, Mr. Stevens. So what time should we start again?
25 to?
Fine.
Thank you. So can you see and hear me?
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I apologise. I'm going to have to go back to the topic I was just covering. We've given a new document to Mr. Cook, which he hasn't, I don't think, seen before, at least not, and I shouldn't say that, hasn't seen recently. Can I turn that up now, please? It's WITN 018700101. Sorry, the 7 should have been a 2. My apologies. And could we go to page 6, please? Mr. Cook, this is a letter dated 3rd September 2008 to Mr. Sabat. Have you seen this recently?
5 minutes ago, yeah.
If we can go to the end of the letter, please, on the other page. It says, yours sincerely, and then we've redacted that, but it says Alan Cook. Did you sign this letter?
I would assume so, yeah.
Could we go, please, back to page 1? Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. It's page 6. I meant page 1 of the letter. That's very misleading of me. Can we go to the bottom, please? Thank you. So it's referring to previous correspondence about disputed accounting errors. It refers to audits and identified shortages totaling £50,619.17 and an outstanding recovery. The last paragraph says, in terms of the decision to issue court proceedings, the investigations undertaken by the Post Office's security team are to decide whether there is a criminal case to answer. This is independent from any action that may be taken by the contracts team, whose role is to focus on contractual related issues only. I believe that Carol Ballon, Contracts Manager, has made this differentiation quite clear during one of the several conversations he's had with you over the past few months. It gives me no pleasure to write a letter such as this. I'm truly sorry for any impact this situation may have on your family. At the same time, I am mindful of the cash and stock we're accountable for our public funds. The decision to issue legal proceedings is never taken lightly. The alleged offence of fraud against you are, however, of a sufficiently serious nature to support that this is the correct course of action to take. The decision, therefore, remains unchanged. This shows, doesn't it, that you were aware that it was the Post Office security team that made decisions on whether or not there was a criminal case to answer?
Well, this is another example of the same thing. That is not how I read it. Right? And we would never, clearly, we wouldn't have wanted anyone prosecuted where we didn't believe we wanted to prosecute, but I didn't believe that we were the only party that made that possible. If you
Mr. Cook, before you sign letters, you presumably satisfy yourself that they're accurate.
Yeah. Well, it's how I read it at the time. Yeah.
So
I do.
You satisfy yourself they're accurate, and how did you do that? How would you have done that in this case?
There would have been a file of papers with this, typically. So there would have been I forget the beginning. Was this responding to a letter from Mr. Sabat?
Yes.
Remember? Yes. So there would have been his letter, a report from the relevant part of the organisation, and this letter to sign, and they would have drafted the letter.
Over the course of working there for a number of years, in responding to this letter, you would have known, wouldn't you, that Post Office Limited made the decision to prosecute in some cases?
I didn't appreciate it was their sole decision. Clearly, we would have to have decided it wanted to happen, but I still felt that it wasn't the Post Office's power to do so. So it's the same point that I was making before the break.
I'll move on. I want to look at knowledge of horizon, please. Could we take your witness statement at page 8, paragraph 27. Paragraph 27 talks about knowledge of Horizon as a non-executive director. And I think it's about roughly 8 lines down. You say, I recall asking about reliability in terms of system availability and accuracy. What do you mean by system availability and accuracy?
In terms of, was it there when it was meant to be there, if you see what I mean? So when the day started, if you turn the thing on, was it available? And in fact, later on in my time there, that did become an issue where the system wasn't available. And a lot of the work of the subsequent development of Horizon was to make it run faster, more efficiently, and definitely finish all its overnight processing before it needed to come up in the morning. So that's availability, and then that it all worked and the screens didn't lock and all that sort of stuff.
And it produced accurate accounts?
Sorry?
And it produced accurate accounts?
Yes. Okay. But accuracy was a much broader term than just the accounts. It was obviously, did it perform correctly? If I'm doing a road tax disc, when I press this button, does it produce the right road tax disc, for example?
You go on to say, availability seemed to be good, and I was assured at the time that there were no critical bugs or defects. Who assured you?
Well, I can't name individuals, but when I was doing my rounds, I was met with people in the operations area and got demonstrations. Certainly, one of the 2 David Smiths would have been one of the people that I sat down with, the IT guy, to talk me through the system, its history, its current level of performance. This was in an environment where the accuracy of the system was not really in question, but there were issues about, as I say, its overnight performance and its availability.
Could we just jog on to page 15, please, and paragraph 42? There you say, I've been asked whether I was ever told that there were no systemic issues with Horizon or problem with integrity prior to February 2009. You see, I do not recall being told at any time, whilst a non-executive director, that there were or were not systemic issues with Horizon or problems with integrity. So are you talking about something different here to when you said earlier you were assured on its accuracy?
Well, no, this was about while I was a NED, so it was the first 12 months that I was involved in the post office, and the level of briefing I got as a non-exec was less than I received when I became managing director. And I think this paragraph is talking about, was I told whether or not there were systemic issues? It was a problem that didn't come up in my briefing.
So you were told it was accurate. Is that right?
Well, what I was saying there was that accuracy was not flagged as an issue.
Right.
Yeah.
So effectively, accuracy and integrity when you were a NED were a non-issue.
Assumed to be okay. Yes.
That document can come down, thank you. Could we please bring up Poll 30021487? This is a minute of the board meeting of Post Office Limited on the 23rd of February 2005, and that was your first board meeting you attended as a non-executive director, wasn't it?
Yes, it must have been, yeah.
Looking at the attendance list, who there was responsible or had expertise in IT?
So, well, it would be Rick Francis as the operations.
Rick
director.
Francis.
Yeah. So people like David Smith that I referred to a moment ago worked for Rick Francis.
On the meeting was David Miller as well, Chief
Yeah.
Operating Officer. What did you know of his background?
Well, I'd never met him before I joined. He'd been at the post office for many, many years and seemed to be the font of all knowledge, if you see what I mean. Seemed a respected guy. When I arrived, this is when I'm a non-exec, that's right. So he was the Chief Operating Officer. By the time I was approached to join, he'd indicated his decision to retire. So I didn't really work with him as an executive, but I did work with him.
You said he was the font of all knowledge.
Yeah.
Did that include on Horizon?
Well, he wasn't. I don't think he was an IT specialist, but he would have had all the history. You know, he was a knowledgeable guy.
Were you aware he was heavily involved in the pilot of Horizon?
I wasn't specifically, no. It wouldn't surprise me, but I didn't know that.
Could we turn, please, to page 6? And if we could go down so that's perfect, thank you. Now, this is a discussion on Horizon Next Generation, which we've been calling Horizon Online. I don't want to cover Horizon Online now. I want to look at F, where it says assurance was provided to the board that the new system would have at least a similar standard of current capability. Do you recall there being any discussion on the adequacy of what's called legacy Horizon, the model of Horizon that was running at the time?
No, obviously this was my first meeting, but my impression was there was a level of contentment with the functionality of the system, but not its running cost and occasionally its availability. So I believe this next generation proposal was about making it cheaper and faster to run. When you make it faster, you make it cheaper. But and so the guarantee that was being given was that it wouldn't reduce the level of capability. There'd be no point in making it run faster and cheaper if, in fact, there were things that we used to be able to do that we couldn't do anymore.
Was there anyone on the board asking probing questions as to the capability or the adequacy of the systems?
Well, my impression attending this board meeting, my very first one, was that we were treading ground that everybody in the room had already discussed apart from me, because the vast majority of people on that meeting were the management team. So I'm sure they would have debated it before it came in. So if there was challenge within the management team, I didn't see it. That didn't mean it didn't happen at an earlier meeting, but the only people I suspect that were looking at this at that meeting for the first time would have been, I assume, I can't remember the attendees, but Mike Hodgkinson, I assume, would have been there. Myself and Brian Goggin, if he was there, would be the only people that were seeing it for the first time. See what I mean?
And was it not precisely your role as a non-executive director to challenge the...
It was my first meeting. I can't remember what I asked, but I remember, and I've commented in my witness statement, that one of the things I would have imagined I would have commented on is that if you're trying to make the system run faster and more slickly, it is quite dangerous to try and start changing the functionality at the same time. Right? Because the way you test it is to produce, does this run faster, cheaper and quicker, and does it give you the same answer? If you start changing the functionality at the same time, it makes interpreting the test results more difficult. Now, of course, the problem is that relies on the fact that you are comfortable with the functionality that is already in place. So any counsel I would have offered would have been on the assumption that the system functionality was sufficient, was that we should try not to change the system functionality and focus on the real objective, which was to get the thing to run faster and cheaper.
Please can we turn to Poll 30021420. It's another risk and compliance meeting, 22nd of March 2006. So you would have been managing director at that point?
By a few days, yes. The conversation about me being a regular attender took place between this meeting and the next one, and the next one is the one you've already showed us as me being present. But yes, I was not present at this one.
So you're not present, but again, you would have read the minutes?
I'm sure, yeah. Well, definitely, because I was in post by then.
Yeah. Could we turn to page 8, please, I believe? Yeah, page 8. There's an appendix to this concerning the impact programme, which the inquiries had significant amounts of evidence on. It says impact and the Pulse accounting system has moved on significantly since the last report to the Risk and Compliance Committee. The system is not yet processing all transactions correctly, and so the end state of the Pulse ledgers, which automatically interface to the main business account, has not yet been achieved. Do you recall reading that, and can you tell us what your views on it were?
I don't remember specifically. I can't interpret from that. Is that something that's in a testing phase, or is it something that's meant to be in production?
Well, do you remember what your views?
No. What I'm saying is, I don't remember what I might have said. Well, I didn't say anything because obviously I wasn't at the meeting. But if I read that, my first question would be, I can't tell from that paragraph whether this is something that's in production and being used, or it's results of testing that they're working on. Because it talks about it's moved on significantly since the last report, sort of implies that these are test results, but I don't know.
So you would have needed to follow up with further?
Yeah, I wouldn't have understood that.
We'll move on to a different topic, please. POL 30081928. If we could turn to page 13, please. And if we could go to the email at the bottom, please. Thank you. So that's perfect, thanks, because we see it was one of these very unhelpful email print-offs where we see that it's to Sean Turner on the 11th of January 2006. Subject Calendar Square. Over the page,
oh, I see. Sorry, yeah.
It says that a sub-postmaster has reported that he is again experiencing problems with transfers, 5th January 2006, which resulted in a loss of around £43,000, which has subsequently rectified itself. I know that the sub-postmaster has reported this to Horizon Support, who have come back to him stating they cannot find any problem. If we could then turn to page 6, please. If we can go down to the second email in the chain. Thank you. This is an email the inquiry's seen before. It's from Anne Chambers to Mike Stewart, both within Fujitsu. And it refers to the same issue, Calendar Square. Second paragraph says, I haven't looked at the recent event evidence, but I know in the past this site had hit the riposte lock problem 2 or 3 times within a few weeks. This problem has been around for years and affects a number of sites most weeks. And finally, Escher say they have done something about it. I'm interested in whether they really have fixed it, which is why I left the call open to remind me to check over the whole estate once S90 is live. So this is a problem appears to have caused a significant discrepancy.
Mm-hmm. And these are both Fujitsu people, did you say?
These are Fujitsu people, yes. Yeah. But you accept it's a problem that caused a significant discrepancy?
Well, I don't know. I'm just reading this. I assume it must have done. I've never heard of the riposte lock problem before.
Well, let me put it this way. If there was a problem which had the potential to cause a discrepancy of over £40,000...
oh, I see, because it relates to the email. Yes, okay. Yeah.
And it had been around for years, affects a number of sites most weeks, that's a significant concern, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know if that problem is the same as the discrepancy, but...
It's the same email. As I say, you see at the top, calendar square.
All I'm saying is I don't know if that has produced the discrepancy.
If you can go up in the chain, please. Oh, sorry, just to the top of, if you can go down a little bit, please. That's perfect, thank you. That email is forwarded by Mike Stewart to Lynn Fallowfield, who's at Post Office. It says, Lynn, I was waiting for an update on the calendar square, see the email chain below, and goes on to say, I think I'm inclined, as per this issue, to wait and see if all these branches are okay after the S90 counter roll starts, forth after the pilot this week. And that document can come down for the moment. Were you aware of, well, you said you weren't aware of the riposte lock issue. Yeah. Were you ever aware of an issue at Calendar Square when you were managing director?
No, I don't recall.
Could we please bring up Poll 3032210? It's a board meeting on the 20th of April 2006. If you could just get the entire attendance list in there, please. So looking down that, in terms of IT people, you earlier identified Rick Francis. Mm-hmm. Is there anyone else who had an IT background there?
It doesn't seem to be anybody that worked for Rick that is in attendance list. So no, I don't think so.
Could we go to page 10, please? And down to the operations report section. It says Horizon S90 release. So we saw do you remember we saw in the last email, it says that the problem would be fixed with S90.
Yeah.
It says this release would, and it lists a number of things it would do. One, transfer bureau debit credit card transactions, more to do with debit and credit cards, some generic payments. And then 4, provide for a plethora of change requests across a variety of existing capabilities. Did the board interrogate what those changes would be?
Well, I can't remember, but that would be something I would normally challenge. You know, a plethora of change requests is you get great detail on the first 3, and I'm sure they're bigger, and I'm sure those things will be individually smaller. But if it's a plethora of them, to use the word, then that suggests it would require probing. But I don't recall the conversation. I'm just reading it cold here. But.
Well, based on how the minutes were created at Post Office Limited, mm-hmm. If there had been challenges, would they have been recorded in the minutes?
I'd have hoped so.
So, do I take it from that, well, what is your evidence? Do you think that it was challenged or it wasn't?
Well, there's no evidence of it being challenged.
Why wouldn't it have been challenged?
I don't know. There could have been some reassuring words when the thing was presented that saw off challenge, and this is how the person doing the minutes chose to summarise the conversation, but I mean, I literally do not remember the conversation. But there is clearly no documentary evidence that that fourth bullet was probed.
Do you think if there was a non-exec on the board with IT experience, that might have been challenged, or is more likely to be challenged?
Yes. And interestingly, in roles more recently, it's become much more common for IT senior or recently retired senior IT people to join boards of all sorts of businesses. So I chaired a small bank, and we had an IT professional on the board. It was always a struggle for him because he wasn't a banker, but actually he was there because he was an IT person and provided useful independent challenge. But there was no such person on the board at this time other than employees.
Executive members?
Yes, executives, that's right.
Did you feel sufficiently able to challenge the executive?
I felt able to challenge the executive to a level that was comparable with my experience, but I wasn't purporting to be an expert in every functional activity. So I had a bias in my personal background which said I was an operations type guy in my early years, not IT, but processing operations. I've spent all my time in financial services, and they were all the reasons why people felt I would be worth having on the board, but I wouldn't be able to, and I did actually for a period at the Prudential run responsible for IT, but I had an IT director supplied by Accenture that reported to me, so I would have been a detailed specialist.
At any point did you ask for more support with IT to be able to challenge the executive in a more adequate way?
Well, the point was that there wasn't an appetite to have other non-execs on the Post Office Limited board, and we did have the group IT director sitting on the Royal Mail Holdings board. And as I said, what was happening was these things were going up to Royal Mail Holdings board, and there was more challenge available there. There was a group legal director, there was a group IT director, and whilst they were employees, they weren't branded just Post Office, so there was a level of independence in their interrogation. And I don't think, I have to say I didn't ask, but I didn't ask because I didn't expect the organisation would want me to be looking for independent non-execs to go on the Post Office Limited board.
Let's just stand back a bit. The Horizon obviously records transactions for the Post Office business, yes?
Sorry, say that again.
Horizon records transactions for the Post Office business.
Yes. And
it provided the data from which the statutory and management accounts would be compiled.
Yeah.
And as a director, you had to have confidence in that data to be able to sign off on the management and statutory accounts.
Yeah.
So it follows, does it not, that you needed to be in a position to satisfy yourself that the IT system that generated the data was sufficiently robust and reliable.
Correct. And one of the ways any board would get that level of comfort is from the external auditors. And the external auditors would come in and they would run software against the system that was the primary driver of the business, and would run their own reconciliations to make sure, does it add up this way? Did I say it? Does it add up that way? And does the answer come the same? And they would have run, and it's sort of proprietary software that's used by auditing firms to validate the financial integrity of a system that they're auditing.
That type of audit has the concept of materiality, doesn't it?
Yes, it would.
Do you want to? Could you just explain what that is?
So it wouldn't have to reconcile to the penny, but it would have to, but we're not talking about the penny in these instances here, are we? It's so you should. It's a pretty reliable way of proving whether or not a system is reconciling.
that works, as you say, for statutory accounts. In terms of the sub-postmaster who may be facing a...
Oh, no, I was just answering your question about the accounts.
And I'm asking another one.
Yeah, OK, I agree, yes.
It doesn't help the sub-postmaster who...
If you're the rounding error, right, that's no joke, right? So every single one needs to work. Because there could be compensating errors, for example.
Was anyone on the board thinking of the reliability of the Horizon IT system from that perspective, the sub-postmaster's perspective?
I think Rick Francis was focused on his user community. He wouldn't have been thinking just about sub-postmasters. He'd have been thinking about all people, all types of branch that used Horizon to process transactions. There were two audiences, really. What did Horizon feel like for the person on the counter that was performing the transaction, who might actually work for a sub-postmaster, but also what did it feel like for the customer, who's the other side of the counter, receiving whatever it is they're purchasing.
So that's Rick Francis. In terms of you as the managing director, did you think about it from the sub-postmaster's perspective? Of
yes,
how...
I did. Yeah, I had... it's only a slight digression, but certainly when I arrived, I felt the sub-postmaster community felt unloved to a degree by Post Office Limited, and one of my early objectives was to try and get close to the sub-postmaster community, and try and resolve that. One of the first things I did was establish a strong relationship with the chap who was then the Federation's top guy and the top team. And I started...
Can you just say for clarity, can you give a name, please?
Colin Baker, his name was, sorry. And then I started a programme of visits, which in the end I did for the entire 3 years and 10 months that I was there, of going out. And I would, on a Friday, and I would pick a part of the country, and then I would say to the Fed, and I would say to the regional manager in the area, I've got time to visit 5 branches. Give me a list of branches that I can go and visit. And I went, randomly visited them. That was the biggest source of information. And just to be plain, it wasn't just sub-postmasters. I visited Crown offices and franchise branches as well. But that was my attempt to keep my feet on the ground as to what the organisation was thinking and worrying about. And for those sub-postmasters in the room, you'll guess, I got plenty of feedback, right? And
on that, to develop, if I may,
sorry.
You say in your statement you think you visited about 250 branches over a period of years. Without criticising, I'm not criticising the effort, but in terms of getting feedback from how users found the Horizon IT system, that was a very, very small proportion of the number of users using it, wasn't it?
Well, all the numbers in the post office are very large, right? So you do what you can do. All I can say is that I found the visits illuminating. I can remember being in one village that will be nameless, and the sub-postmistress took me back into her kitchen behind the shop and went through the process of how car insurance was sold and why she couldn't be bothered to sell it because of the tortuous process that was following which we changed it.
Yeah, well, so those are individual. Was there anything else you did other than those visits to try to understand how sub-postmasters found the Horizon IT system?
Well, I wasn't just talking about the Horizon IT system. I was talking about the business as a whole.
My question is about just the Horizon IT system.
My primary focus was on the Federation. So I used the Federation as, the mouthpiece of sub-postmasters to provide input. And then there was on the staff, there was someone that ran the Crown offices. So I looked at the Federation, the Crown offices, and the franchise branches.
Just so I've got this clear, during your period as managing director, you had your 250 or so visits to branches themselves. And then in terms of further sub-postmaster feedback, that was effectively filtered through the NFSP.
Yes, I filtered sounds a bit harsh, but yes. Yes.
Well, sorry, it came through the...
It came through the NFSP. They were always forthright, vociferous, friendly. It wasn't antagonistic. Colin Baker, in particular, went out of his way to welcome me into the family, if you see what I mean. My wife and I used to go to Federation dinners and all this sort of stuff. It was important to me to get close to the community that was servicing our customers.
While we're on this, I want to come to what the inquiry is termed as responding to the emerging scandal. Can we please look at poll 000278990? Thank you. This is a letter, you in your statement described it as the Porteous letter. It's sent, we see at the top right, it's Pat McFadden MP, then Minister for Employment Relations and Postal Affairs, and it includes correspondence from Brian Binley, MP, who in turn includes an email from Rebecca Thompson.
Yep.
Can we look at the email, please? It's page 3, I believe. So it's an email dated 10th February 2009, but as I said before, you only received it on 7th of May.
Yeah.
According to the stamp. Refers to speaking to several current and former sub-postmasters who say that random flaws in the IT are causing deficits in their weekly accounts, sometimes thousands of pounds at a time. Their complaint is that instead of listening to their problems and investigating the software equipment, the Post Office is making them pay back this money without any investigation into what is going wrong. And it continues as such. Do you recall receiving this and reading it?
Oh, yes. Well, this was the moment, right? Now, strangely, I saw the article from Computer Weekly before I saw this, only because, as you remarked, that the letter was date stamped in 7th of May. It went out with a deadline. If anything came in from Pat McFadden, it was dealt with quick for me to reply about a week later. But in that week, the Computer Weekly article came out. So we're only talking a couple of days, but the reality is I saw the Computer Weekly article before I saw this correspondence. And actually, I didn't particularly put the two together because my head was full of the Computer Weekly article.
Yes, we'll come to that shortly. Yeah. That email can come down. At paragraph 27, paragraph 79, page 27 of your witness statement, it doesn't need to be turned up. You say that when you received that letter, you indicated to Michelle Graves, Executive Correspondence Manager, that you would like the matter thoroughly investigated.
Yep.
Okay. Could we look then at the Computer Weekly article now, please? That is POL 30/41564. So this is from, as you say, the article's by Rebecca Thompson in Computer Weekly. If we could go down slightly, please. Thank you. And it refers to the case of Lee Castleton. And, well, I'll ask this first. Were you aware of Lee Castleton before reading this article?
No.
it states that he was declared bankrupt after he refused to pay the post office £27,000. Castleton insists he did not owe the money, although it showed as a loss on the post office's Horizon system, which is used by postmasters to do their accounting. He is one of several postmasters to come across losses they could not explain. If we could turn over the page, please. The second paragraph says, having lost the case, Castleton was left with costs of £321,000. In 2007, he filed for bankruptcy. I was in too deep. I see that now. The whole thing has been heartbreaking, he says. The trial of the Castleton trial, the Post Office v Castleton, was heard while you were managing director.
Apparently so, yeah.
You say you were unaware of it.
I was unaware.
£321,000 or money of that amount is a significant debt to be owed, isn't it? So in other words, the legal costs that Post Office spent in pursuing that claim was significant.
So just to be clear, when I say I was unaware about this particular case, but we have seen earlier the reports that were being issued, but they were summarised reports with totals on them. So I'm sure this case would have been in there, but it may not have been separately identifiable.
So you might not have known the name.
That's right.
Lee Castleton.
Yeah, that's right.
But you.
I can't remember, but there was reporting. So which we've seen already this morning.
And did you not think to ask why there was such a significant legal spend on one case?
I just don't recall. I can't.
Well, can you think why you wouldn't ask that?
I can't think why I wouldn't. And so either it was a mistake on my part, or it wasn't in the report. But I don't know. Put it this way, this article was a shock to me. Should it have been a shock to me? No, it shouldn't have been, but it was.
Okay, that can come down, thank you. So that's the 11th of May. You say in your statement, and you've already alluded to it, in fact, we can bring it up. Please, can we go to page 28, paragraph 85 of the statement? Bottom you say, at the time I did not connect the Computer Weekly article to the complaint raised in the Porteous letter.
Yes, and if I could just expand there, when I wrote that, I hadn't worked out that overlap. I hadn't spotted the date stamp on the letter. So the reason I didn't connect it was when the Computer Weekly article was the first thing I read, not the complaint. See what I mean?
So is your evidence now that you did connect the two?
Well, I connected it afterwards. What I'm saying is that when I saw the Computer Weekly article, I hadn't seen the complaint case.
So do you think when you read the complaint after the Computer Weekly article, you would have connected the two?
I can't remember. So I mustn't claim things I can't actually remember, but it seems likely. But
can we turn, please, to poll 20141142? And if we can go to page 2, please. And to the bottom. So this is an email from Dave Posnett. Now, we see there that the email looks to be dated 05/10, 2009. Immediately above, it's 20/10, 2009. And if we can go to just go up slightly, please. A bit more, please. I think it should be a date stamp. It might be on the other page, sorry. Sorry, can we go to the bottom of page 1, please? And it gets quite confusing because we've got 05/10 and then further up 02/10. The question I have is, in October 2009, are you aware of any investigation that was requested into Horizon integrity issues?
Yes, because it postdates the Computer Weekly.
So you think this all leads from the Computer Weekly?
Yes, I would have thought so, yeah. I don't equally understand the dates because they appear to be in the wrong order, but it's October. It sort of doesn't really matter, I suspect.
If we can now please turn to POL 20158-368. And could we go to page 23, please? Down to the bottom, please. Thank you. Just slightly up, please. Perfect. Thank you. It's an email from Michael Rudkin. Do you remember Michael Rudkin?
Yes, I recognise the name, yes. Obviously, I've read this stuff, but before that, I recognised his name. I think he was Federation connected in some way.
It says, see attachment. I presume you've already seen the article in the Convenience Store magazine. And then there's a bullet point, and the next paragraph goes on to say, this should also minimise adverse publicity to our industry, which is already receiving enough bad press at the moment. Currently, the BBC, Panorama and Watchdog researchers are digging the dirt here in Leicestershire. If we can then go up to see the forwarding email, please. I think it's on the beginning of the next page. Thank you. If we could go to the sorry, that was my fault. But yes, there we go, the Alan Cook email. Thank you. So this is the 15th of October. You send an email to Mary Fagan. Do you remember who Mary Fagan was?
I definitely do. I definitely remember this email. Yeah.
Who's Mary Fagan?
She was the PR officer for the Royal Mail Group.
It says in the second paragraph, for some strange reason, there is a steadily building nervousness about the accuracy of the Horizon system, and the press are now on it as well. Were you seeing this as a significant and escalating issue?
I was then, yes. Yeah. Which, hence I then expressed in the next sentence my confusion as to why. But yes, I accepted that we had an issue.
And were you connecting the various Horizon challenges at that point? So the Ported TS letter, the Computer Weekly.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. This was around that time that it came to the fore for me, if you see what I mean.
You go on to say, my instincts tell that in a recession, subbies with their hand in the till choose to blame the technology when they are found to be short of cash. Why was your instinct to think that sub-postmasters who alleged that Horizon caused shortfalls were stealing from the post office?
Well, that's an expression I'll regret for the rest of my life. So, you know, it was an inappropriate thing to put in an email, not in line with my view of sub-postmasters, but one of the often cited problems was at this time. Mike Hodgkinson talked sort of quite eloquently about the challenges that Post Office had faced in financial challenges, and the danger is that we only think about the profit or not that Post Office Limited were making. But I always used to say we haven't got one bottom line here, we've got 12,001 bottom lines. And if the Post Office isn't working, then it isn't working for sub-postmasters. You know, they've probably got a shop with a sub-post office in it. That sub-post office needs to produce enough profit for them to make it worth having it there at all. And so getting the business profitable again meant getting it profitable again for sub-postmasters. We had been through a few years when I joined, when I don't think the post office earnings for sub-postmasters were worth the effort they had been putting in. And so I think a number of them were struggling. And when we ran the branch closure programme, was an aim to reduce the number of offices such that, and then the same traffic would come through a smaller number of post offices and they would be more profitable, which of course is what happened.
You're talking in a different context there.
Yes, I sort of digressed on that.
Because what's happened here is you faced challenges by sub-postmasters saying that the system is faulty and saying that it's caused shortfalls, correct? And in perhaps an unguarded comment, you've put that the instincts were for it to effectively be that sub-postmasters were stealing and then blaming the technology. Does that represent your actual views at the time?
No, but it was said. It was.
Why did you say it if it wasn't your views?
Well, I had a friendly, informal relationship with Mary Fagan, and it was just an email I shouldn't have. It's just an email I shouldn't have written, but it was important to me that she understood exactly where we were at. But she was a Royal Mail person, and it was one of the areas where I was very, very happy with the support I got from Royal Mail. So she was very helpful to me. She was a sounding board, and I was probably more open and frank with what I was thinking with her than many other people. She was also in a different building, which meant that we swapped emails a lot. And so, as I say, that sentiment was expressed. What I wrote in that email was unacceptable.
It wasn't just to her, was it? It was to Mr. David Smith as well.
Yeah, quite. Yes. Yeah.
Was it your view at the time that he would have shared your view?
I don't know, to be honest. It was regrettable. It was like I was just chatting to her in the corridor, but as you say, so it was actually, there were other people on the copy list.
You said earlier that you were very shocked when you read the Computer Weekly article, correct?
Yes, yeah.
You'd received several letters from MPs making the same complaints.
Afterwards, yes.
Yes?
Yes, yes.
But there was, I think, a body of opinion growing here.
Yeah.
Or at least a body of complaints, I should say.
Yes.
And you say at this point you saw it as escalating and significant.
Yeah.
Why didn't you arrange for an independent investigation at this point into the allegations?
Well, the first step seemed to be to investigate it ourselves. So that was what we did, and we referred to the correspondence a few minutes ago, where that process of I forget the expression, integrity or whatever it was used. We needed to examine it ourselves and ask ourselves what could be wrong.
What steps did you take to oversee that investigation?
Well, I asked for the investigation to be done. I was keen to know who would do it.
Who did it?
Andy McLean, who reported to Rick Francis. And the reason I wanted to know who to do it was, what did I think of the person that was going to do it? And Andy was a no-nonsense, knowledgeable guy who, to my mind, would, speak out if he needed to. I suspect, one of the problems, I think, is that we were still, investigating the cases that had been highlighted, as opposed to the whole thing, if you see what I mean. So there was, I still thought, we've got these cases that have got wrong. We've got to find out the answer.
But what stopped you from getting an external body in to do that?
Well, nothing stopped me. I felt we should do the internal review first. Now, it is complicated by the fact that I left the business a few months afterwards, but at that stage, you wouldn't get in an external review until you'd asked your own people to investigate.
Was your thinking that you'd do an internal review first and then from there determine whether an external review was necessary?
Yes, but I had no particular expectation of what would be found, because at that stage I thought we were talking about a handful of cases and it could have been a different problem for each one. Now, I to be honest, by the time it all came out, I don't know what the problem was, but it was clearly wider than the cases that had been highlighted to me.
Could we bring back up, please, Pol 00141142? Thank you. And see, that's an email from Dave Posnett on the 20th of October 2009, so 5 days after your email, which we were just at. You're not in copy.
No.
It refers to some conference calls. It says, Dave Smith phoned me last week, asked me a few questions, and indicated that Alan Cook is asking for more robust defence of Horizon. Were you asking for a defence of Horizon rather than an investigation into its integrity?
Definitely not looking for a robust defence, just looking for answers. One of the perils of being the boss is that people use your name to get things done, and I would have responded to that if I'd been copied.
But he could.
That's not what we're after.
Dave Posnett could have used your name and said, Alan Cook is asking for an independent review of Horizon, or Alan Cook is asking for a review into its integrity. What was put was Alan Cook is asking for a more robust defence of Horizon. Are you saying those words didn't come from you?
I wouldn't have said that. I would have said, robust was a word I used, which I meant thorough and vigorous, but defence wouldn't have been a word I've used.
You use robust to mean thorough?
Yeah, but defence is a different point. At this stage, there was the Computer Weekly article and a few complaints on specific cases, and I was more than prepared to believe that the answer would be different to each of them, and that the answer wasn't that there's nothing wrong. Yeah, but obviously that's the stance that the organisation took in the event.
Were you... the manner of the investigation or how you chose to respond to these allegations, was that influenced by your instinctive view, which we went to earlier, about the sub-postmasters?
No, I couldn't. No, it wasn't actually. I my belief would be that we would find things that were wrong. I'll put it another way. We would find things that were not the fault of the people running those post office branches. Now, it could have been the procedures they were required to follow. It didn't necessarily have to be the technology. But it seemed to me unlikely to have, I know it wasn't loads, but that many cases. What was it, 9 or 10 cases, that all coming to my attention at the same time sounded like there was a problem.
So what happened to the review?
Well, I have difficulty in remembering. I think it went on past my departure.
Sorry, I missed that.
I think it went on past my departure.
Okay. Could we go back then, please, to POL 20158368? And I think it's page 22. No, sorry, the next page. My apologies. So we've got the Michael Rudkin email we went to at the start at the bottom there. And then if you can go up, please. That was the response, the end of the response, which we referred to. And you're forwarding it saying, we should therefore be careful of approaching him for further info without talking to Paula first. Who are you referring to there?
Paula Venables.
Paula Venables?
Yeah. And
why did you need to talk to Paula Venables first?
I'm not sure, really. I obviously thought it was a good idea at the time, but this was a network issue, and she was responsible for the network. So I didn't want to. There were two lines I could go down. I could go down the operations director line, responsible for the technology, or I could go down the network line, which was Paula. And we were focusing. I was focusing too much on the operations line, and Paula needed to be brought into the picture.
Could we go to the page before, please, just to see the email chain up? Thank you. If you could just carry on going up, please. So that email, which was on the 15th of October, is forwarded by Ruth Barker to Paula Venables on the 5th of November. We then see the next day, Paula Venables replies to Ruth Barker, and you're in copy.
Yep.
It says, Ruth, the attachment needs to be in email format, please. Alan and I are out of the office and so need to view it on Blackberries. Also, we need the original email. What was attached looked more like a PowerPoint of a press cutting. Do you recall what conversation you had with Paula Venables about this email?
I don't actually know. Sorry.
Do you remember discussing anything to do with an investigation into these issues with Paula Venables?
I issued the investigation request down the sort of operations line. See what I mean? So because I was seeing it as a technology issue, it was the reference to the federation which meant I felt Paula should be in the loop. Plus, it was her branches, if you like, that we were dealing with questions from.
In your statement, that document could come down, thank you. In your statement, you say at paragraph 101 that I gave notice of my resignation to Adam Crozier around late October or early November of 2009, and it was accepted.
Yeah.
So around the time that you forwarded this email, not you, the email was forwarded to Paula Venables.
Yes, it would have been that sort of.
And so do you think at that time you you had resigned or were thinking about it?
Well, it's embarrassing that I can't tell you the actual date, but I mean, I kept all the correspondence, but I kept it for the 7 years for the tax purposes, and then binned it all. So I can't remember the exact date, but I would have said it was, well, I can't say more than what I put in the statement, really. It was late October or early November that I went to see Adam and said, I'd like to resign. I said, I'd like to see out the financial year, because one of my criteria for success was, would the business get back into profit, and we wanted the end of the year. And he asked me to not say anything until the new year. Now, following that, I then realised that if I said something at the beginning of the new year, that Parliament would be in recess. And Pat McFadden, who was the minister, I was very supportive of. He'd worked quite closely with me, so I rang Adam and said, can I tell Pat before Parliament recesses? So I rang Pat McFadden in December and told him, and then I told my top team on the 4th of January.
So that was the public position, effectively, or am I misunderstanding you?
Yes, it did. So it went public after I told the top team.
Yes.
Then there was an internal communication, and we told the world, as it were, that I was going.
Standing back, why do you think you were on the 6th of November speaking about your email of the 15th of October with Paula Venables?
Why do I, sorry, say that again.
So let's bring the email back up.
Yeah.
Pol 20158
I wasn't planning on leaving until the end of March. That's not how it transpired. So me resigning wouldn't change my behaviour.
Page 20, I think it's 22. So we have the email at the bottom on the 15th of October 2009. And then at the top is Paula Venables, 6th of November, in which you're copied.
Yeah.
And it says, Ruth, the attachment needs to be in email format, please. Alan and I are out of the office. So it's implying that the two of you are together.
No, not necessarily. We didn't go out together much at all. No, we'd been in different parts of the network, would be my guess.
But does it imply that you were, because she's requested this email with you in copy, does it imply that you were working on it together or discussing it together?
Yes, I'm sure we would have done, but it.
So my question is, why at this stage were you discussing it with Paula Venables?
Well, for the reasons I said, this was an important issue, and she needed to be aware of it.
I'll leave that. That can come down, I'll move on. I'm going to go back in the chronology slightly as the last topic on the impact programme. Do you recall what the impact programme was?
Yes.
So it was a major change to the accounting procedures, effectively.
Correct, yep.
And before the impact programme, sub-postmasters would balance a cash account, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And that cash account would be completed at the end, well, not the end, on a Wednesday on a weekly basis. Yes?
I couldn't have told you that, but it sounds right. Yeah.
Do you remember the change that came about because of the impact programme?
I probably don't, to be honest. You have a point, but I'll.
Well, before the impact programme, if a sub-postmaster balanced their books and had a discrepancy which they couldn't explain...
Oh, this is the rolling forward the discrepancy.
They were able to ask for authorisation to put it in a suspense account.
Yeah.
Correct?
I've learnt this since, yes. I've learnt this by reading all the correspondence, yeah.
And then roll over into the next trading period while it was investigated. Following the impact programme, rather than weekly, the sub-postmasters had to balance every 4 or 5 weeks, yes?
Yes.
And if there was a discrepancy that they couldn't explain, they no longer could keep it in a suspense account and roll into the next trading period. Correct? And they had to, Post Office sought debt recovery from them at the end of the trading period, or it could be settled centrally and paid off in due course. Could we turn, please, to Poll 3032147? This is a meeting on the board meeting, on the 17th of August. I see third line down, you're there as a non-executive director. Yeah. Could we turn to page 7, please? And if you could go down to the impact programme, thank you. B, it says the objective of the programme was to save costs, replace obsolete back office systems, improve branch and client accounting, improve debt recovery. When it says debt recovery, from whom were those debts being recovered?
From sub-postmasters, Crown Offices, franchisees. I assume that's what it meant. I mean, this was, we had a finance function in Chesterfield, and in my head, when we were in this meeting, this was new technology for Chesterfield, which flowed out into the branches.
But the board is effectively discussing how it can get improved debt recovery from maybe others, but from sub-postmasters.
Amongst other things, yes.
And
notice save time in branches as well. It was a very labour-intensive process. So this was...
But this was for the benefit of Post Office Limited.
And saves time in branches, which is of benefit to all branches. But
at E, Mr. Corbett speaks, says that the rollout was not expected to be noise-free, and one of the risks was concern regarding debt recovery. Do you remember what that concern was?
No, I don't. I remember the higher call volumes. As I said, this was about the Chesterfield operation, and that new procedures would generate a lot more phone calls from people coming to terms with, you know, the different procedures. As is often the case with these things, you introduce a labour-saving device, but there's a bump to get through when people are coming to terms with new procedures or different buttons to press on the system or whatever, that it produces more activity, more mistakes for a while, and then things settle down. So I think what Peter was highlighting in general is this was quite material change, and there would be a disruption as a result of it. And he then goes on to outline what risk mitigants he'd got in place to counter it.
If we can turn over the page, please. Thank you. At the top, in F, it says planned completion of the new finance system was 24th August 2005. A branch trading pilot would commence 14th September, and full branch rollout was planned on 30th of November. Those words, branch trading pilot, branch trading, that's the specific terminology used for balancing and trading periods, isn't it?
I would assume so. Yes. Yes, there's probably a word missing. It might have been branch trading statement or something, I don't know. But
in your statement, we don't need to turn it up, but it's page 13, the top paragraph. You refer to the you refer to the impact programme. My understanding of your evidence is you weren't told, your evidence is you weren't told that the ability to put discrepancies into the suspense account was taken away.
No, we didn't. I didn't know that then. No.
And is your evidence it wasn't discussed at that board meeting?
Yes, I certainly don't recall it. I mean, I was then, quote, just a non-exec, so it was an item of detail which they probably felt they didn't need to share. Oh, subsequent knowledge indicates that that was quite an important development, really.
Could we look, please, at poll 30021419? It's another risk and compliance note. It's your apologies, so you're not in attendance.
This is the non-exec period, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you would have read the minutes.
Yes, I would have hoped so.
Can we turn to page 5, please? Talks about the impact, the programme status, several problems, but workarounds are in place for servicing clients. And there are issues with system response times, mapping and systems. And if we go down, please, to the 3.4 branch audit findings. Got positive action has been taken through branch control since last year. This has reduced the incidence of suspense accounts being abused to conceal fraud. However, there is an increase in the numbers of losses covered by inflating cash figures. Impacts will, in the longer term, improve cash MI here. What does MI stand for?
Management information.
But short-term action is needed between teams involved in cash to improve the analysis and clean up of data. Was the board implementing the impact programme precisely in order to avoid sub-postmasters using the suspense account?
Oh, no. No, that would be... I mean, this was a major piece of expenditure. This was about upgrading the financial... I mean, obviously it was all initiated before I joined, but it was about equipping Chesterfield correctly to do the finances and how that flowed through, you know, into branches of all types. So there was nothing. That would have not been the motive.
Did anyone, whenever you were in any discussion about the impact programme, question how it would affect sub-postmasters?
I don't recall a conversation like that. And you know, interestingly, the way I'm talking, I had this impression it was more about computerising Chesterfield, but not without consequence in branches, because that's where the money was coming from. But it wasn't the objective. You see what I mean?
So that's my questions. If I may just take a moment just to confer with Ms. Price on a matter.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I understand that two sets of co-participants wish to ask some questions. I'm told that there will be 5 minutes each.
Okay, let them ask their questions then.
My name is Sam Steen. I represent a large number of sub-postmasters and mistresses. I'm instructed by a firm of solicitors called Howe & Co. Did you watch the evidence of Mr. Hodgkinson yesterday? Sorry, Sir Michael Hodgkinson.
I did.
Yes.
Yes.
You seem to use the term prosecuting authority, which I assume you took from the evidence of Sir Michael yesterday. You understood the word prosecuting authority from his evidence yesterday?
Yes.
The term you used?
Yes.
And you were aware that later on in your term as managing director that you were the prosecuting authority for the post office, is that correct?
Well, as I've already explained,
yeah.
my view of that changed during my time.
Right, well, let's have a quick look at that then, please. Can we go to the document, which is POL, P-O-L, 000 48361. First page, please. Thank you. If we look, please, at the very top of that document, we see it says Post Office Limited Investigation Team Monthly Report. We get from that you got these monthly. It says confidential, and it then goes on to say to who it is written. Paul E.T., let's move on from that for the moment, Director Security Corporate, Head of Investigations Corporate, Head of Criminal Law, Head of Security Post Office Limited. So let's just go through that. At that time, the Head of Criminal Law was Rob Wilson, a solicitor. Do you remember him?
No, I don't, I'm afraid.
No? What did you think the Criminal Law team did within the Post Office?
Well, it looks like it's at Royal Mail, isn't it? It says corporate head.
What did you think the Criminal Law team did? Royal Mail or Post Office?
Well, they would have been involved with these prosecutions, I guess.
Involved with the prosecution?
Yes.
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 Right. So this document in 2006, in reference to you, because you were part of the looking at this sort of material, Head of Criminal Law Rob Wilson still doesn't ring a bell?
No, it doesn't, I'm afraid. Sorry.
No, okay. And the investigation team that clearly this is in relation to, this monthly report, shall we have a quick look at what's going on with that? Middle of the page there, you see in the document we've got on the screen, Investigation Team Report, period 9 December 2006. The principal aims of the investigation team are to stop criminal offences taking place, apprehend and prosecute those who commit offences against us, in order to maximise our recovery and reduce loss to POL and its clients through the identification of areas of weakness throughout the business, both operationally and within our product offerings. But it does appear on the face of this document that you've got information that there's a criminal law team that's operating within the business, and secondly, an investigation team with aims of stopping criminal offences taking place, apprehending and prosecuting people.
Yeah, well, look at item 1. It's all about postal order cashback offers and the fraud losses that were experienced as a result. That was nothing to do with sub-postmasters.
Well, what do you think when it refers
fraud, it's customer fraud.
What do you think?
We call them scams today, but this is what it was there for. There's always going to be lots of criminal activity around an organisation that creates a lot of money. That doesn't mean it's the sub-postmasters' fault.
So you had reports in relation to sub-postmasters that were being prosecuted and that there was the involvement of an investigation team. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you had oversight of an investigation team that investigated sub-postmasters. Is that correct?
It is.
Right. And we can now see that there was a criminal law team engaged as well, yes?
Yes, but it's broader than just sub-postmasters.
Well, let's stay with sub-postmasters for the moment, because you may have noticed that this inquiry is about sub-postmasters.
Yes, I have noticed that. I have noticed that.
Right. Well, let's then move on and have a look and think about what was happening to sub-postmasters being investigated by the investigation team operating under your managing directorial responsibilities, yes? Okay. Did you, as an example, consider the numbers of cases that were being prosecuted?
I didn't have the total number that was being pursued, no.
Okay, let's go to the bottom of page 2, please, of the same document. And look, please, at 2.0.
Yep.
Investigation operations. This month's recovery figure is £63,000. Period 9 case raised figures for deficiencies at audit alone were £140,000. Where it says raised figures for deficiencies at audit, what did you think that meant?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We did have the numbers in that report. Yeah.
And then it goes on to say, in total, 31 new investigation cases were raised during the period, with a current loss of £245,000.
That's not the same as prosecutions, obviously, but they were cases that were being looked at.
Next, at present, the team is dealing with 248 ongoing investigations, with a loss value of in excess of £9 million. Of these, 80 are currently going through the courts.
Yeah.
So you're getting these sorts of reports monthly. There are discussions involving the investigation operation. in discussions and information regarding cases being prosecuted and losses, you had all of the information that was possible to actually have governance over this area, didn't you, Mr. Cook?
I had the relevant information there. I certainly, well, I've already said that I could have done more, but.
Well, then let's go over the page. We can see that at the bottom of page 2, it says also provided as a summary of major inquiries ongoing. Top of page 3, please, same document. Now, we can see across there that there are, it looks like Excel documents that are being referred to. Ignore the first one, over 100K live cases, which appears to be no doubt a list of the cases worth over £100,000. All right? And then underneath that, you've then got references to 4.0 financial investigations in as regards to post office branches. So the information you were getting was pretty comprehensive regarding the ongoing investigation and conduct of prosecutions as they were going onwards under your time at the post office, wasn't it, Mr. Cook?
It was, but right. I don't wish to let the impression be created that this was there to chase sub-postmasters. This was there to chase fraud in general. OK, well, let's just say, as I've said before, we'll stick with postmasters if you don't mind. Yes, but I need to make sure that context is understood.
Paragraph 59 of your statement, you say... Yes, Mr. Cook.
I'll say thank you for acknowledging my comment.
Paragraph 59 of your statement, you say this: to the best of my knowledge, the Risk and Compliance Committee was not given any information or reporting, nor did I have any oversight of the prosecution of SPMs. As a result, I did not take any steps as a member of the Risk and Compliance Committee to ensure that POL was acting in compliance with its legal obligations in relation to those prosecutions and civil proceedings against SPMs. I was not aware they were taking place. It's just a straight-out lie, isn't it, Mr. Cook?
The point I was trying to make was about the initiation of prosecutions. I have repeatedly acknowledged that there were cases under investigation, and that I was aware there were cases under investigation.
What you're saying in your statement is this: you did not take any steps as a member of the Risk and Compliance Committee to ensure that POL was acting in compliance with its legal obligations in relation to those prosecutions and civil proceedings against SPMs. I was not aware they were taking place. Well, first of all, you do agree you were aware they were taking place. And secondly, in your statement, you're pretending that you weren't aware to avoid the implication which you needed oversight of the things.
No,
just simply not true, isn't it, Mr. Cook?
That was not my intention.
Then why did you write that in your statement, Mr. Cook?
Well, I believed it at the time, certainly.
Give me one moment. Thank you, sir.
Right. Who's next?
I am, sir. Henry. Hello, Mr. Cook. 17 years ago, on the 12th of April 2007, you were the managing director of the Post Office, weren't you?
I was.
And you probably have no idea what you were doing that day, I suppose?
No, I'm sure not.
But Mrs. Janet Skinner, who sits to my right, whom you can see here, knows exactly what was happening to her that day, because on the 12th of April 2007, she was being released from prison, having served a 9-month sentence for false accounting. She'd been jailed on the lie, Mr. Cook, that Horizon was infallible. But you say you had no idea that these prosecutions were being instituted in your name. Is that right?
No, well, I knew there were prosecutions.
She pleaded guilty to false accounting only because she'd been told that if she did not, the Post Office would prosecute and pursue her for theft. She hadn't stolen a penny, Mr. Cook. All of this was being done in your name, and yet you claim you didn't know.
I just can't be more apologetic.
Mrs. Skinner was the mother of 2 young children, wrongly accused of theft. She was told that if she pleaded to false accounting as an alternative to that baseless theft charge, she wouldn't go to prison. Now, this was common practice by the Post Office: charge theft and accept a plea to false accounting. Were you aware of that stratagem, Mr. Cook?
No, in fact, worse than that, when I had reports about them and the individual had pleaded guilty, then I thought we must have been in the right. I did not appreciate what was going on.
So this stratagem was reinforcing your ignorance and the general prejudice that these sub-postmasters had their hand in the till. Is that right?
In the particular cases where the individual pleaded guilty, I had assumed that they believed they were guilty. It didn't occur to me at the time that was recommended to them by their lawyers. If you want.
It was the most profound structural injustice.
Yeah, I agree.
An unmeritorious charge of theft was being used as a jemmy or sledgehammer to force a plea or to crush sub-postmasters into submission.
I don't know if that was a deliberate strategy by the Post Office, but that's how it manifested itself, and it's unacceptable.
It was a strategy, and you ought to have been aware of that strategy. Do you accept that now? Not with hindsight, but what you ought to have known at the time.
I did not know that at the time.
But you ought to have known it at the time, Mr. Cook. Do you accept that?
Yes, I do accept I ought to have known it. I didn't know it. It would be nothing that I would ever willingly want to do.
Yes. Now, of course, it didn't do Mrs. Skinner any good because she was sent to custody all the same, 9 months imprisonment. But before she was imprisoned, like so many sub-postmasters, she'd suffered fictional horizon shortfalls and had made 116 calls to the National Business Support Centre helpline complaining about balancing faults in the 18 months before she was dismissed. Wrongly dismissed, Mr. Cook, because your auditors thought she'd had her hand in the till. Are you proud of presiding over that culture?
Definitely not. No.
Do you accept that the ultimate responsibility for her torment lay with you as managing director of the Post Office?
It did. I was the managing director, so I was ultimately accountable. Whether I was aware is another matter, and if I wasn't aware, I should have been aware.
Right. But as you have claimed, you maintain that you had no idea that these prosecutions were actually being instituted in your name.
Well, nearly correct. What I was saying was that I had no idea that the Post, up until the Computer Weekly article, that the Post Office could initiate those without having to seek approval from any other party or body. So there was no moderating influence. That is what I was not aware of.
Now, those prosecutions, the Court of Appeal Criminal Division stated, should never have been brought because they were an affront to the conscience of the court. What do you have to say for yourself about that, sir?
Well, all I can do is repeat what I said at the beginning, is I just apologise unreservedly. I'm not the sort of guy that is malicious or would want to do harm to anyone, but it was, and I was not aware, but that is not an excuse. It's an explanation. There's no excuse for the fact that this happened, and it was on my watch. And you know, this is what this inquiry is about: is to establish how that could have happened. And I've tried my honest best to portray exactly what I recall happening many years ago, but it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable.
Finally, do you have anything by way of a personal direct apology that you would like to say to Mrs. Skinner?
I would love to talk to her afterwards, but you may not want to. But I can only apologise on behalf of the whole organisation for the way that you were treated. It was disgraceful. I can only apologise personally that whilst I had not heard of your case, I'm nevertheless, I have an accountability that I should have been on top of it, and I wasn't. There's nothing more I could say. This will be with you for the rest of your life. It will be with me for the rest of my life.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. I've just got a few questions, Mr. Cook.
Yes.
I'd like to go back to the instruction you issued to Mr. McLean to carry out an investigation.
Oh, yes. Yep.
Investigation, just in a neutral sense. And I'd like paragraph 79 on page 27 of your witness statement to be put up on the screen, please. It's WITN00190100. Thank you. Now, if you just like to refresh your memory by just scanning that for the moment.
Yes, I have. Thank you.
That's fine. Well, then, these are my questions. You have told me that in early May 2009, this possibility that there were a number of cases involving a challenge to Horizon came as a bit of a bolt out of the blue for you.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
And your first reaction was to instruct Mr. McLean to investigate, and you did so because you thought highly of him.
Yes.
That's in your statement. But then reading the rest of that paragraph, it seems to me at least, and this is what I want your help with, that this inquiry just petered out. Because what you say is, I was assured at that time that the Horizon system was functioning normally, but I do not recall the detailed outcome of Mr. McLean's investigation, nor have I been provided with any documents relating to the investigation by the inquiry. Yeah. Now, breaking that down, it may be that you're saying that either Mr. McLean or someone on his behalf said to you orally, everything's fine. But apart from that, there doesn't appear to be any document or report or anything else that you have seen, which actually gives us the result of Mr. McLean's investigation. Is that as you understand it?
I agree, sir. Yes, I wouldn't have settled for everything's fine, but I haven't been given any history or documentation that shows what he produced. Well, I can't remember what the response was, but I wouldn't have been able to carry on without, an investigation. And I think we saw during the course of my evidence that there was still quite a lot of activity going on sometime later. So I believe that was the moment that the organisation started examining itself. But as we've come to learn, there were many people that wanted to just prove that it was okay, put it that way.
Yeah, but my understanding is that you didn't actually leave post office until early the following year.
Yeah, about the end of January, that's right, yeah.
So approximately 7-8 months after you had instigated an investigation by Mr. McLean. And forgive me if this sounds critical, and perhaps it is critical, that there doesn't appear to be any urgency on your part to get an answer from him if you allowed 8 months to go by.
Well, I think we've seen evidence of activity still going on in October, November, but I just cannot recollect seeing a final report, I'd love to be able to say that, but I'm only going to say what I completely clearly remember. I am throughout this process, as documents have emerged, it fills in the picture for me. It helps me remember. So I remember the story. I have difficulty remembering the order and the dates. So I remember moments. Yeah. The Computer Weekly letter was a moment, right? That had a big impact on me. But I can't, without evidence sort of being produced, I can't point to what happened next, which is why I wrote the witness statement as I did, because I can't claim something that
But can I take that you have no memory of Mr. McLean producing a written report before you left your position as managing director?
I find that difficult to believe that there wasn't one, but I can't remember it, and I haven't seen anything.
All right, thank you very much. Now, sorry to prolong it, but there's one further short series of questions about the case that that was referred to in the Computer Weekly report, weekly article, and that's the case of Mr. Castleton. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
You said that you had no idea of Mr. Castleton's case, certainly the name Castleton, until you read that article. And I just want to ask you about the process for making decisions when the post office was involved in quite high-profile High Court litigation, all right? The post office instigated proceedings against Mr. Castleton for approximately, the figure doesn't matter, but approximately £25,000, said to be a shortfall and evidenced by data from Horizon. Mr. Castleton defended it on the basis that there was no shortfall, and this was all the fault of the computer, all right? Mm-hmm. It gradually grew from being what might be called a fairly conventional action for the recovery of a debt into a potential large-scale argument about whether or not Horizon was reliable, okay? And this was all unfolding in the first 8, 9, 10 months of you being managing director. But none of this got to you from what you told me.
No, I mean, the learnings from this are there.
Anyway,
sorry, go on.
So let me carry on.
Yeah.
Came a point in time when the very experienced barrister who was acting for the post office told the experienced solicitor who'd instructed him, who in turn told the legal department of the post office, that the costs involved in this case were grossly out of proportion to what you were trying to get from Mr. Castleton. And they ought to think seriously about whether it was worth spending all that money, all right? But in the end, all that money was spent so that the total amount of the debt and the costs came to well over £300,000. Yeah. What I want to ask you about is, what was the process back in 2006 for authorizing the expenditure of those sums of money in the post office?
Yeah, and that was what I was about to prematurely talk about. I mean, there's an irony, isn't it, that if somebody in the organisation wanted to buy a piece of equipment, they'd probably have to get umpteen forms signed in order to be able to spend the money, and yet somehow or other this spend decisions were being made in that prosecution, and there should have been a set of delegated authorities that said you're authorised to spend up to this much money. And because one of the issues is a case starts off, as you've explained, a case starts off modest and becomes big. So not only should they require sign-off from an expenditure perspective, there should be a cap on how far it can go without coming back and asking for more. Clearly, that was not in place. And,
so they
they certainly did not come to me for approval. So we had delegated authorities in place that would allow people below me, and this would have probably lied with Paula Venables as the network director, would have been able to sign that off.
Right. So that what it amounts to is that there would have been a person within the post office organisation who would have had authority to sign off spending the money without taking it either to you or to the board.
Correct.
And so did you tell me that most likely person was Paul Reynolds.
Yes, I think so.
All right. Thank you very much.
The legal function would have sought approval from the business, and the business in this case would have been the person that ran the branches.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cook, for providing your witness statement and for coming to give evidence to the inquiry this morning. I'm grateful to you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Stevens, how are we proceeding next?
I think Mr. Beer's preference is to switch witnesses immediately if we can and make a start now.
Certainly, by all means. I'll just sit here quietly till you do it, if you like.
I'm sorry, and so we may need a short break. Actually, do we need a? Yeah. So the transcriber needs a short break.
Yeah, sure. All right. So 25 to 1, 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, sir. Oh, is that what I did before?
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, thank you.
May I call Adam Crozier, please?
Yeah.
Stand and repeat after me. I do solemnly,
I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly
sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Please take a seat.
Good afternoon, Mr. Crozier. My name is Jason Beer and I ask questions on behalf of the inquiry. Can you tell us your full name, please?
Adam Alexander Crozier.
Thank you very much for previously providing a witness statement to the inquiry and for giving evidence today to assist us in our investigation. Can we start, please, with your witness statement? The URN is WITN 04390100. You should have a hard copy in front of you. It's 34 pages long, excluding the exhibits pages, and is dated the 28th of February 2024. If you turn to page 34, is that your signature?
It is, yes.
And are the contents of it true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are indeed.
Thank you. I'm not going to ask you questions about all elements of the witness statement. It stands as your evidence and is being made available on the inquiry's website. Can I start with your background, please? Between February 2003 and April 2010, so for just over 7 years, you were a director and Chief Executive Officer of Royal Mail Group.
That's correct.
And a Director of Royal Mail Holdings.
Yes.
The first being a limited company, the second a PLC.
Yes.
Before joining Royal Mail, you held senior roles in Saatchi & Saatchi from 1988 to 1999. Is that right?
1995. Well, I started there in 1988.
Yes.
All the way through to 1999, yes.
Yes, I think that's what I said, 88 to 99.
Sorry.
But the last 4 years as a joint chief exec.
Correct.
And then you served from 2003 onwards, until 2003, i.e. immediately before joining the Royal Mail Group as the chief executive of the Football Association.
Correct.
Can I start, please, looking at the corporate structure of Royal Mail? And I'm going to try and summarise and see whether you agree, in the interest of time, with the summary. First, there was a parent company, Royal Mail Holdings PLC.
Yes.
That was wholly and directly owned by the single shareholder, the government.
Yes.
Royal Mail Holdings PLC had its own board.
Correct.
It had its own management board.
Correct.
You attended all Royal Mail Holdings PLC board meetings and you sat on the management board.
That's correct.
The chairman of Royal Mail Holdings PLC in your tenure was firstly Alan Layton between 2002 and 2008, is that right?
That's correct.
And then Donald Bryden from 2009 onwards.
Yes.
Royal Mail Holdings PLC board, I'm going to call that the main board. The main board had its own audit and risk committee.
Yes.
Upon which you sat.
Yes. Attended, yes. Yes.
Yes, were you a member of it or were you an attendee?
I think I was an attendee, actually. But.
And just for those not steeped in corporate governance, the difference between being a member of a committee and an attendee is? I
think the members were all non-exec directors.
Can we move on in the summary? There were a range of separate businesses within the Royal Mail, and they were separated out in different ways, some of them being subsidiaries of Royal Mail and others not. Is that right?
Yes.
Post Office Limited was one of those entities, and that was a separate legal entity. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was Post Office Limited?
Yes.
Post Office Limited had its own board.
It did.
It had its own chairman.
It did.
In your tenure, they were Sir Michael Hodgkinson, from whom we heard yesterday, and then from 2009, Donald Bryden.
That's right.
I think that means that Mr. Bryden from 2009 was chairman of both Royal Mail Holdings PLC and Post Office Limited.
Yes, he was.
The Post Office had its own managing director or CEO, the title changed.
That's correct.
In your tenure, that was David Mills, from whom we hear next week, and then from 2006, Alan Cook, from whom we have just heard.
Yes.
That person, the MD or the CEO, sat on both the Royal Mail Holdings PLC and the Royal Mail Management Board.
Yes.
The Post Office Limited had its own Risk and Compliance Committee.
That's right.
Now, I think in one way or another, I've taken all of those points from your witness statement. You make all of those points in one way or another in your witness statement. Taking all of those points together, are you effectively saying in your witness statement that within Royal Mail Holdings PLC's group of separate business units, the Post Office had a relatively high degree of autonomy from Royal Mail Group?
Yes, under its delegated powers of authority.
Of the business units within the group, did the Post Office enjoy the greatest level of autonomy?
Yes, it did. It was the only one with its own governance setup.
I missed the last word, the only one with its own governance setup.
Yes, setup, yes, sorry.
And why was it that it enjoyed the greatest level of autonomy from Royal Mail?
I think it was. It goes right back to when the 2000 Act, Postal Act, where the government set up the company, and it had two very different objectives. For Royal Mail, it was to be modernise and be a commercial company in a market that was to be opened up to competition. And on the Post Office side, it was to try and become a sustainable public service. So two very different objectives. And that separate governance ran right through to them also having their own direct relationship with the shareholder, and within the shareholder executive, a different team within that team.
Thank you. Was the result of that you, as CEO of Royal Mail, place very substantial reliance on the Post Office Board and the Post Office Executive team in the running of Post Office Limited?
I did indeed, and it's partly why both the chairman and the CEO of the Post Office also sat on the Holdings Board. The chairman of Royal Mail sat on the Post Office Board, and the other piece of glue was the company secretary who sat on both. But what it did mean through those delegated authorities was that the Post Office largely was able to go about its business without reference to the Royal Mail Board, other than on two really key things. One was on funding, which fundamentally impacted on the solvency of the whole group. And secondly, on certain major multi-year contracts where it took it beyond its delegated authority limits.
And I think it later will come on to the fact that the Fujitsu contract was one of those.
It was indeed, yes.
Looking back now, do you think there should have been maybe a third added to the list of things that the Post Office ought to have come back to Royal Mail Holdings more and more frequently on, namely the conduct of investigations and criminal prosecutions?
Not at the time, no. I certainly thought that all the correct checks and balances were in place, both in terms of internal and external audit, in terms of internal and external legal advice. There was the Paul Risk Committee, the Paul Exec Committee and the Paul Board, and through all those checks and balances, I think there was some confidence that things were working, and certainly no one in that chain at any stage expressed any concerns about the conduct in the area you've just mentioned.
If Royal Mail and you within Royal Mail was reliant on the Post Office to represent Post Office matters, whether in the management board or the main board of Royal Mail, if they did not raise or mention any issues to you of concern or which were problematic, was there any mechanism by which you and Royal Mail could find out about such issues?
Of course. Well, of course, there was the structure I just mentioned of all the checks and balances, which I won't go through again.
But the checks and balances you mentioned were within the post office.
They were, but on top
I'm talking about the checks and balances in you learning about things that they didn't want to tell you about.
Yeah. Well, first of all, there were constant one-to-one meetings with the CEO of the post office.
Just stopping you there, Mr. Crozier.
Of course.
Does that place a high burden on the managing director or CEO of Post Office Limited to be open and transparent with Royal Mail Holdings, and in particular with you? So
both myself and the board, yes, absolutely. There was constant, the whole company, because of what we inherited, effectively, on the Royal Mail side, a broken company that hadn't been invested in for a decade, hadn't hit its quality of services, was the least modernised postal company in Europe. What that meant was on the Royal Mail side, there was no option other than to be fundamentally transparent in the fact that most of what we inherited wasn't working. And that encouraged a lot of transparency. And we set up a properly functioning internal audit unit, which was, of course, one of the ways that we could also find out what was happening elsewhere in the group. And we strengthened that. We created a whole risk agenda in the business where we got from the ground up people to let everyone know what their key risks were. They looked at that risk register. That risk register was debated at the
just stopping you there.
Of course.
Can you recall whether the conduct of prosecutions and the possibility of bringing sub-postmasters to justice, including by imprisoning them, and the issues that arise when conducting prosecutions, was on the Royal Mail Holdings risk register?
I don't believe so, and I don't believe I recall seeing it on the post office register, no.
Is that a failing?
With the benefit of hindsight, yes.
I.e. conducting an activity which is unusual for a company. Would you agree?
Yes.
An activity that of itself carries unusual risks.
Indeed.
And would you agree that that unusual activity would require a different type of supervision and oversight because it brings the company into contact with the criminal justice system?
Yes, and that's why there were lots of checks and balances around the internal and external legal advice. And it's
Sorry, say that again. That's why there were lots of checks and balances around the
internal and external legal advice.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we had lots of external lawyers involved with the company. We also had prosecutions on the Royal Mail side, as I'm sure you know. And there were multiple interactions, much more straightforward things with police and Crown Prosecution Services.
What external lawyers are you referring to that gave comfort in the prosecution of sub-postmasters?
I don't recall which ones the post office used at the time, I'm sorry.
Did you think at the time that prosecutions of sub-postmasters were conducted by external lawyers?
I believe they had a big role in that, yes.
And by conducted, do you mean the person standing up in court, either the barrister or an employed barrister or a solicitor with rights of audience, or do you mean conducted the whole thing?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was there a way for people within the post office to report issues to you or to the Royal Mail Board if the Post Office MD or CEO was not inclined to do so?
Yes, through a function called, well, we had a whistleblowing in operation, and we also, which we constantly updated and tried to improve. And we also had a survey called Have Your Say, which was entirely anonymous and allowed people to effectively give us whatever feedback they thought would be helpful.
Was that effectively a department or a business function, both of those things?
A team ran both of those things, yes. And two different teams, actually.
And how were the complaints or issues raised from that fed through to you, if at all?
The Have Your Say results, initially they were done annually. We then moved to doing them every month, every month. And those were reviewed by the business units, by the management team, by the audit committee, and indeed by the board.
In each of those three cases, within Royal Mail rather than Post Office doing it?
Well, I think they did their own when it was reviewed by their business unit, so I'm assuming that they did that with theirs. I'm not sure, I genuinely can't recall whether Have Your Say for the Post Office obviously covered all the people who worked for the Post Office as personnel, and that would include the people in the Crown offices. They often talked about doing a separate one for the agents, but I'm not, or the sub-postmasters, I'm not sure if they ever did that or not. I genuinely can't recall.
But I've taken from your evidence there that that was in each case, a Post Office run function.
Yes, it was, yeah.
And the results of it were looked at and analysed by the Post Office.
Correct, and then on to the Post Office board.
I'm looking for something that jumped from the agents, as you called them, the sub-postmasters, to you and your board. Was there a facility to do that without going through either of those mechanisms that the Post Office managed?
I don't believe there was, no.
I think it's right that you made limited appearances at Post Office Limited board meetings, is that right?
I think it was two, which were both in between David Mills leaving at the end of 2005 and Alan Cook arriving in March or April 2006, and partly, well, in fact, only because those two meetings were very strongly about the latest negotiations with government around the subsidy to ensure that we were able to sign the company off as a going concern.
You say in your statement, no need to turn it up, it's paragraph 27, that you attended those meetings because they were in relation to matters of shared interest.
Yes.
And so why was it that you attended two board meetings of the Post Office board in your 7 and a bit years as CEO?
For a number of different reasons. Number one, when I arrived, the CEO of the Post Office was David Mills, who reported directly to Alan Layton, the chair of Royal Mail. So I was not involved in the running of the Post Office. That was a direct line relationship. And when it switched to Alan Cook, Alan had a slightly more normal dual reporting, which was to obviously to the board of the Post Office and the chairman of the Post Office on one hand, and then to me with regards to how Post Office interface with the Royal Mail Group, for instance, funding or the commercial relationship between the two companies. And I was advised by the company secretary that it was both the shareholder and the board wanted the two things kept separate, and therefore I shouldn't be on that board.
We've spoken about the responsibility on Post Office executive team and its board to refer things up to Royal Mail Management Board and the main board. What were there any mechanisms for other main board members or management board members to, as it were, go down into the Post Office board to take a look at what was going on?
Yes, there were. So because what we were trying to do was a very big people and cultural transformation, and certainly on the Royal Mail side, a huge technology revolution in terms of putting in sorting machines and tracking and tracing for parcels and what have you. Very unusually, we had our Group HR Director on the board of the Royal Mail and the Group Technology Director on the board of the Royal Mail. And obviously those also had tentacles into the Post Office in terms of people and technology. Equally, Alan Layton, who was Chair of Royal Mail, was also on the Post Office board, and the Company Secretary, Jonathan Evans, was Company Secretary on the Royal Mail board and attended all the poll boards as well.
So were the principal links between the two through Mr. Layton and Mr. Evans?
Correct.
Can we look, please, at poll 0036 2335? And page 20, please. And can we rotate it, please? 90 degrees clockwise. We can't, I'm told. I can't date this because it comes within a loosely assembled pack of papers.
Right.
And it's not dated itself. But given it's got the chairman of the PLC as Alan Layton and David Mills as CEO of Post Office, it must be before 2006, right?
Yes.
And as we see at the top, the chairman as Alan Layton, the deputy chairman, Elmar Toyne.
Yes.
Off to the left, the company secretary of Royal Mail Holdings as Jonathan Evans. Mm-hmm. The chief executive of Royal Mail U. And then a line round to company-wide functions from you.
Yes.
And then 2 direct responsibilities, Parcel Force Worldwide and logistics to you, yes?
Yes.
Then on the right-hand side, we see, we should have worked our way across the business units, Parcel Force, Logistics, Royal Mail Letters, GLS, Royal Mail International. And on the right-hand side, Post Office Limited.
Yes.
That has obviously David Mills as the chief executive at this time. It has a line, I think, into Alan Layton, the chairman of Royal Mail Holdings plc. That would be correct, wouldn't it?
That would be correct, yes.
Not to the deputy chairman.
No.
That would be correct.
Yes.
Not into Jonathan Evans.
No.
That's correct as well, is it?
Also correct, yes.
And then I think the line goes across to you. Would that be correct?
In the sense that I reported into Alan Layton, yes.
I see.
Yep. So all 3, myself, Elmar and David, all reported in directly to Alan. And Elmar, as the executive deputy chairman, was in effect, I can't think of a better phrase, a first among equals, so was effectively the lead executive.
So this diagram represents, or should be taken to represent, issues arising from David Mills, the chief executive of the Post Office, coming through you.
No.
No?
No, not at all. No. As I said, he reported directly to Alan Layton.
What does the line above the chief executive, Post Office Limited, David Mills, that comes up and goes across the page and comes back down to you mean?
No, I think that's just the way these things are drawn. It's very clearly, all 3 of us directly reported individually into Alan Layton.
And so we should take this to mean that you, at this time, had no role. you're on the opposite side of the diagram.
Correct.
And nothing in relation to the post office pass through you or indeed any other part of Royal Mail Holdings, except insofar as it went straight to the chairman.
Correct.
Thank you. That can come down. And is that a reflection of the great autonomy that the post office enjoyed?
Yes.
You told us a moment ago that you think you attended 2 meetings of the post office board. When you didn't attend, did you receive minutes of the post office board?
Yes, the Royal Mail Holdings Board received minutes from each of the operating companies were included in the board pack.
And you said Royal Mail Holdings received them. Did you personally receive the minutes of the post office board?
Yes, as a director of Royal Mail Holdings, yes, sorry.
Did you receive the minutes of the Post Office Limited committees?
No, I don't think we did. I think...
I'm thinking in particular of the Audit and Risk Committee.
At the Audit and Risk Committee, I think if there was a poor audit that went to the Royal Mail Audit and Committee meeting for further looking and work, I'm not sure if they always received the minutes of the Risk Committee, no.
And you personally didn't always receive the minutes of the Post Office Limited Audit and Risk Committee?
I definitely did not, no. As far as I recall, I don't.
Can we look at an example of a meeting of the Post Office Limited Board that you did attend?
Yes.
Poll 302 1492. We can see that it's Post Office Limited Board meeting 20th of April 2006.
Yep.
We can see those who are members of the committee who are present. And we can see in attendance, second down is you.
That's correct, yes.
Can we look please at page 4? We can see that the solvency of the post office was being addressed.
Yes.
And does that reflect the point that you made earlier, that the very financial viability and existence of the post office was of a critical concern to you?
It was, and it didn't just impact the post office, but obviously because of its scale, it impacted the solvency of the group as a whole and the group's ability to sign its accounts as a going concern.
Mr. Corbett is recorded as outlining the company's current financial position in further detail. It was clear that the company was insolvent and that in the absence of support from its parent company or ultimate shareholder, that's the government,
correct,
it would be unable to meet its debts as they fell due for the foreseeable future. It was reported to the board the government had agreed in principle with the support of Royal Mail to write a letter to the company under which the government acknowledged the solvency issues facing the directors of the company, and directors were prepared to continue trading on a going concern basis only on the basis of the following support. And if we scroll down, we can see that it's set out.
Yeah.
And so was that why you were attending this meeting?
It was, yes.
Because it's a solvency of the post office issue, which in turn affects the accounting and potential viability of Royal Mail Group.
Indeed.
Can we go on, please, to page 10? And if we scroll down, please. Yes, thank you. We can see that there's an operations report and a document will have been produced, and then it's summarised, the Horizon S90 release. And there's a 4-point explanation of what the Horizon S90 release was. If you just read that to yourself. And then under C, an issue of the network resilience was raised. Am I right in thinking that you would have picked these things up, in a sense, by chance because you were at this meeting?
That's correct.
And save for picking things like this, which are about Horizon and network resilience, up by chance, were you entirely reliant on the information pushed up the line to you, whether from the MD or CEO of the Post Office or from the company secretary?
Yes, or if anything was brought to my attention by the group technology director.
And how would that occur?
The IT director in the Post Office would have reported to the CEO of the Post Office. That was sorry, it's management speak, but a hard line relationship.
Yes.
But the group technology director, who was largely focused on driving through this automation and modernisation of Royal Mail, was also there for advice and help to the Post Office technology team if required.
And so if, as we now know there to be the case, there were, putting it neutrally, issues with the Horizon technology, would you have expected, or was the system, that the POL IT structure, the Post Office IT structure, would have pushed those issues up for your attention and for the Royal Mail Group board's attention through the group IT director route?
Well, first of all, I don't recall the POL IT team ever doing that. That's the first thing to say. Second of all, I would have expected them to raise it with the POL executive team. First of all, that was the reporting lines. They were running and controlling the Post Office, and they had responsibility for Horizon. If they needed some technical expertise, yes, I would have expected them to speak to the group technology director. But if there were any real issues, that was why both the CEO of Post Office and Chairman of Post Office were on the group board, was to enable them to have a direct line to relay any issues in Post Office to the rest of the board.
In paragraph 11 of your witness statement, which is on page 4, if we can turn that up, please. Just wait for it to come up on the screen. Page 4, please. And paragraph 11. You say, whilst you've tried to address as best you can your recollection of the corporate structure, I must stress that my responses are not in any way intended to detract from the fact that it's clear to me now that this structure did not help facilitate vital information regarding Horizon and the conduct of criminal proceedings reaching me or the board of Royal Mail as it should have done. There's no need to turn it up, but you make precisely the same point in paragraph 98.1 of your witness statement on page 33. Before getting into the detail, can we address first what you say is clear to you now, but was not clear to you, presumably, at the time? Firstly, what in the corporate structure prevented or did not facilitate vital information from reaching you and the board?
I think it was, if I may expand a little, I think it was this is a reflection trying to help in the sense of what could have gone wrong here. I should stress at the time, actually it made perfect sense to me because the two companies had been set up with such a different objective, one in an entirely commercial market, one really trying to become a sustainable public sector, public service, and one that needed to modernise at enormous speed as it opened up to competition, and the other one that absolutely had difficult issues in terms of managing the size of the network, but largely through the same business, if you like, as it had previously had, albeit with less government revenue and more financial services revenue. I think the issue, looking back, that I could see that was unhelpful was actually one in the way in which it impacted on the two attitudes or cultures of the two companies, which is that in Royal Mail, because everything, as I said earlier, was fundamentally broken, Everyone on the board was aware of that. The starting position was everything didn't work, and therefore there was no option but total, utter transparency, because if anyone had brought a presentation saying everything's fine, they wouldn't have been believed. So it was all about getting everything out on the table, transparently dealing with it, and trying to make progress. I worry, with the benefit of hindsight, that because Paul didn't have that same burning bridge, for want of a better phrase, that same transparency didn't allow information to flow up through that governance system on its own, and that potentially the separation of the two aided and abetted people not getting at that information.
Here you point to the corporate structure prevented or didn't help facilitate. What about the corporate structure rather than the culture within each organisation? What acted as a bar in the corporate structure to the provision of information to Royal Mail?
I think just because internally it was very clear that people worked for the post office or the rest of the group, I think it just generated that sense of two different companies. And I think the structure just, again, benefit of hindsight, I think if it didn't allow for the easy flow of information.
What was the vital information about Horizon which the structure of the companies prevented you from being told about?
As far as I recall, I don't remember anyone in the post office governance system, whether that's the board, the risk committee, the exec team, the general counsel, the legal teams, most importantly the operations and IT teams who owned Horizon. I don't remember any of those people flagging up any concerns in that system. I don't know whether they flagged it internally, but it never reached the holdings board.
What was the vital information about the conduct of criminal proceedings which the structure prevented you from being told about?
I think for me, I'm not a lawyer, obviously, but it's clear to me that the central to all of this is the issue of disclosure. I noted more recently the judgments of the appeals court, and clearly there were some material deficiencies with the disclosure process. That seems very, very clear.
What was it about the structure that prevented or did not help facilitate information about the conduct of criminal proceedings from reaching you? We're going to come on to it after lunch, but the proceedings were instituted, pursued and completed by a legal team that sat within Royal Mail Holdings, not the post office.
Yeah. Working with the post office team. And I don't recall the company secretary, Jonathan Evans, who had responsibility for that area, talking about that at any of the holdings board meetings.
That's a separate issue, Mr. Crozier, whether in fact he talked about it. What was it about the structure that did not help facilitate, as you say, information about the conduct of criminal proceedings reaching the board of Royal Mail?
I'm not sure I mentioned anything about the structure specifically with regards to that question.
It's this sentence here that's on the screen. It's now clear to me that this structure did not help vital information regarding ... the conduct of criminal proceedings reaching me. What about the structure prevented information about criminal proceedings reaching you or the board?
I think I was meaning more with regards to Horizon than the proceedings themselves.
So that's an appropriate moment to break, if we may. It's 2:15 now. I wonder whether you'd mind breaking until 2:05.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you very much. afternoon. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Crozier. Can I pick up where I left off? You spoke before... I'm so sorry.
I understand that you like me to sit until 3:45 this afternoon, which I'm prepared to do. But at about 3 o'clock, I'd like you to check with the transcriber whether or not she needs a break or whether we can go on until 3:45 without a break.
Thank you, sir. I'll do that. Mr. Crozier, before lunch, you spoke about the autonomy that the Post Office enjoyed from Royal Mail. Was it not patent or obvious from the structure of the organisation and the autonomy that the Post Office enjoyed that there was a significant risk for issues that the Post Office did not wish to raise with Royal Mail to go unnoticed by Royal Mail?
That was the purpose of ensuring that the Chief Executive, the Chairman and the Company Secretary of Post Office were on the Royal Mail Holdings Board. As I understand it, that was a decision before I arrived. Of course, we built up a strong internal audit function, which was able to go anywhere in the company. And their audit plan was checked by the Holdings Board, the Audit Committee and the Exec team. And also there was external audit who similarly were involved in the right across the company and again had the ability to go anywhere and look at anything. And I met regularly and privately with internal audit and external audit and was able to check privately whether there were any concerns that they had.
In your 7 years, are you aware of any external audit of the Horizon system?
External audit? I was meaning external audit in terms of Ernst & Young as in financial auditor, sorry.
No, any form of audit of the Horizon system?
No, I don't think I am, no.
In your 7 years, are you aware of any form of external audit or review of the Post Office's prosecutorial function?
I don't believe so, no.
Are you aware of any form of internal audit of the Post Office's prosecutorial function in your 7-year period?
I don't recall.
Can I start by looking at the responsibilities of a director of a business or of a CEO? Would those duties include a director's duty as to the accuracy of accounting information and accounting records?
Yes, it would.
And taking it shortly, is it right that company law requires directors to prepare accounts for each financial year which give a true and fair view of the state of affairs of the company and indeed of a group if it's within a group and of the profit and loss of the group for that relevant period?
That's correct, yes.
Does a director have to have confidence in the figures being produced in respect of a business's profit and loss before they can take a definitive view on the financial statements of the business?
Yes, they do.
And if there are any doubts about the integrity of the figures which are produced in the accounts of a business, that would be a matter of significant concern for any director of the business.
Yes, it would.
And accounting integrity or concerns over accounting integrity would be a significant issue, would you agree, for the director, irrespective of whether the business was a unitary enterprise or franchised across 10 or 1,000 outlets?
Under the combined code, you have the same duties as a director, yes.
Would you, as CEO, expect any concerns or even allegations about concerns that the accounting integrity of a business was lacking or problematic to be escalated to you and then to the main board?
Yes, either from the external auditors, the financial community, both within Paul or the group chief financial officer, or the internal audit team. If they had any concerns, I would have expected them, if it occurred within Paul, to report that to the Paul board, but also to the Holdings Board and the Audit Committee, yes.
Is the CEO responsible for ensuring that the board to whom they report is fully briefed on the reliability of accounting systems that are used to support the figures for the business?
Generally speaking, that would be led by the CFO, but supported by the Chief Executive, yes.
in the case of a group such as Royal Mail, would that include responsibility for the oversight of business units such as the Post Office?
Under our structure, that was, as I explained before, that was a separate reporting function to the Holdings Board. Obviously, the financial numbers were collated by the Group Chief Financial Officer, yes.
What were your line management responsibilities?
Generally speaking, well, they changed over a period of time, as I think I say in my statement. I was initially responsible for Parcel Force and Royal Mail Logistics, which were two businesses at that time, also involved in GLS, so the parcel side. And I was responsible for trying to help modernise the letters business. I had marketing, finance and group technology, which, as I said before, was very focused on the huge job we had to do to modernise the Royal Mail letters business in terms of sorting machines, automating machines, tracking and trace capability, so that we could build a parcels business that would allow the business to compete in the future.
It's my fault for a poor question. Can I look at it the other way round? Did any of your line management responsibilities include responsibility for any senior executives within the Post Office?
Between 2000 and the end of 2005, when David Mills left, no. From 2006, when Alan Cook took over from David, as I said earlier, he had a dual reporting into me on group issues with regards to things like funding and budgets and the commercial relationship between the Post Office and Royal Mail, which of course was huge, but also he had a direct reporting line into the chairman of the Post Office and the Post Office Board, as you would imagine.
After 2006, and other than in relation to Mr. Cook, did any of the people within the Post Office senior executive team report to you?
No, I don't think so, no.
Can you help us with line management responsibility for the following people? The head of security within the Post Office?
I believe they reported into Jonathan Evans. Company Secretary, sorry.
The Company Secretary?
Yes.
Of Royal Mail Group?
And Post Office, yeah.
In what capacity was Jonathan Evans directly line managing that person? As the Company Secretary of Post Office or of Royal Mail Group?
I'm not sure I recall, to be honest.
Who had line management responsibility for the head of product and branch accounting within the Post Office?
That would have been the Post Office CFO.
Any oversight of that function from within Royal Mail Group?
That would have come from the group CFO, which was Marissa Cassoni, and in the latter years, Ian Duncan.
Who had line management responsibility in respect of the head of legal services within Royal Mail Group?
That was Jonathan Evans, Company Secretary.
Who had line management responsibility for the General Counsel within Royal Mail?
Jonathan Evans, the Company Secretary.
The head of IT in the Post Office?
Would have reported into the Chief Executive of the Post Office.
Any line, whether direct or dotted, back to Royal Mail Holdings?
Dotted for skilled advice, for want of a better phrase, to the Group Technology Director.
But that's in respect of advice, as
yes,
you said
they
before lunch.
They reported to the Chief Executive of the Post Office.
So the function stayed within Post Office?
Yes, yeah.
Can I look at the issues in a different way, namely which parts of the business had responsibility and oversight for certain activities, conduct or functions?
Okay.
Rather than looking at the people involved. Can we turn up page 14 of your witness statement, please? Paragraph 41.1. You say oversight for criminal prosecutions and civil proceedings brought by the Post Office would have sat with the Post Office legal team, and oversight for prosecutions brought on behalf of the rest of the group would have sat within the group legal team. And then you say, I believe that both legal teams would have been under the supervision of the Company Secretary, Jonathan Evans. Were you not aware that, in fact, there was no Post Office legal team? It had no separate legal in-house function, and that civil and criminal proceedings were brought by lawyers within the Royal Mail Group legal team?
I was not, no.
So lawyers from within the group gave advice on prosecutions. They made decisions about prosecutions and within prosecutions, and they conducted the proceedings, not any Post Office lawyers. You didn't know that?
Was that throughout the whole period, or?
Yes.
I am. Sorry.
Throughout the whole of your period?
My period?
Yes.
I was not aware of that, no.
Given the facts that I've just described, that would mean, is this right, that your board had a responsibility for the conduct of a team of lawyers within Royal Mail Group who were acting on behalf of the Post Office, rather than the Post Office board having such a responsibility for them, wouldn't it?
In part, yes, but also they would be doing that at the behest of the Post Office team who owned Horizon and any issues deriving out of that.
But they might be their clients, essentially.
Yes. Yes.
Post Office Limited might be their clients.
Yes, sorry, yes.
I'm talking about responsibility for the conduct and work of the lawyers. That fell, if I'm right, to Royal Mail Group to manage and oversee.
My understanding at the time was that that was also under the supervision of the Company Secretary at the Post Office in conjunction with the Royal Mail, and that they used, I thought, a mix of Post Office legal team augmented by Royal Mail legal team and outside legal people as well. That was my understanding.
So be it. Can we turn up page 28 of your witness statement, please? And look to start at paragraph 83. You say, generally speaking, responsibility for criminal prosecutions which the Post Office brought would have sat under the relevant Post Office executive team members, under the oversight of the Post Office executive team as a whole, the Post Office Risk and Compliance Committee and the Post Office Board. And then if we go on to 84, you say, in response to the questions I've been asked by the inquiry, I should add, I do not recall having involvement in or knowledge of the oversight of investigations and prosecutions brought by Post Office against sub-postmasters, either for theft, fraud and false accounting for alleged shortfalls in branch accounts or for the recovery of such alleged shortfalls through the use of civil proceedings. And then over the page to 87, to the best of my knowledge, I do not recall reports of the number of prosecutions being brought by Post Office against sub-postmasters being escalated to me, nor the fact that there were systemic issues impacting the Horizon system. I just want to test what you said in those 3 paragraphs there about your lack of knowledge about these activities of the Post Office. Can we start, please, by looking at RMG 706. I think they should be, in my version, they're upright. Thank you. If we can go back to page 1, please. Right. Sorry, you're going to have to tilt your head to the side.
Okay. Sorry.
Can you see that these are minutes of an Audit and Risk Committee of the 11th of November 2003?
I can, yes.
Can you see that you were in attendance?
Yes, I do.
I think you're the third person down in the in attendance. And then if we go, please, to page 5, please. And scroll down, please. And scroll down, please. Thank you. Security report.
Yes.
The security report was received, so that's a document that's tabled for the meeting. And in particular, the following was noted. Royal Mail personnel related crime cost the business approximately £26 million per year. In 2002-03, the company had prosecuted 324 people, cautioned 108 others, recommended 47 cases to the Procurator Fiscal, and taken legal action in a further 43 cases. These were noted as minimum figures, since there were also cases, may also be cases, where local action is taken to deal with offenders. This is relatively early in your tenure, is that right? You took up your post in April 2003, and this is November 2003.
I think it was February 2003 I started, sorry.
So 8 or so months after you took up post. And so from this point onwards, you would have known that the company was prosecuting a vast number of people each year.
Yes, but it refers to Royal Mail personnel. We wouldn't have described sub-postmasters as Royal Mail personnel. So obviously I don't recall this particular meeting. It's a very long time ago, but I think by the description here, I would say that was very much focused on Royal Mail personnel, both full-time and casual workers.
So you think this figure here does not include any prosecutions of post office employees?
I don't think so.
Or sub-postmasters?
I don't believe so, no.
Why was that not reported to the group?
I don't know.
Can you assist?
I beg your pardon?
Can you assist?
Sorry, I don't know.
Why would you have wanted to, or why was it necessary to be told about the number of people that Royal Mail were prosecuting?
Oh, I see. I'm so sorry.
But not of the post office?
Because at this time, we were having a lot of problems in Royal Mail, both in terms of theft of things like credit cards out of the post, which was obviously severely denting confidence in the post and indeed of the companies that used it. There was a lot of mail. One of the reasons we were failing quality of service targets was a lot of mail wasn't being delivered. It was either being dumped or hoarded. So a whole host of reasons as to why there was a real issue in terms of what we used to call, it was a program run by ourselves, very much monitored by Postcom and Postwatch, called Mail's Integrity, which was all about the integrity of the mail itself.
In any event, through this route, you would have known about the Royal Mail's prosecutorial activities.
Yes, indeed, yes.
And would you get regular, that can come down thinking, would you get regular updates of the number of people prosecuted in a year, the amount of loss estimated by the criminal activities of Royal Mail group employees or other individuals, and the amount recovered?
Yeah, I'm not sure to use the word regular, but there were updates in terms of prosecution, investigations and prosecution staff that reached, obviously came to the fore around the time of the Channel 4 dispatches programme, which was in April 2004, which was obviously a very big and not good event for the company, which highlighted through secret camera filming all sorts of very bad practices going on in delivery offices and mail centres.
Would you agree, I think you did agree before lunch, that prosecuting before the criminal courts is an unusual activity for a company to undertake.
It is. Although I believed, and I think I'm right, but I'm not a lawyer and I'm not the expert, but I think because the ones on the Royal Mail side were, I hesitate to use the word more straightforward in the sense of theft and various other things, or hoarding or dumping, that those were very often done in conjunction with the police and other authorities.
And so you're saying that these prosecutions that you're reading about here, you understood to be independently prosecuted rather than prosecuted by the Royal Mail?
A mix, I think.
In any event, for the proportion that were prosecuted by the Royal Mail, would you agree that that activity requires a special kind of supervision and oversight?
Yes, much more expert than I would claim to have.
Would you agree that it requires a particular care where the company is the alleged victim of the crime, where the company is alleged, investigates whether it's the victim of the crime, and then decides whether to prosecute?
Yes.
A phrase that's been described in the past as judge, jury, and executioner.
Right.
What special supervision and oversight of such an activity would you say was required?
I would have thought the supervision of the experts, both internal and external qualified lawyers, legal advice, the General Counsel, the Company Secretary, and of course any audit people looking at any of the issues that arose.
What about things like ensuring there's a separation of functions?
As I said, the legal process is not my area of expertise.
What about things such as the independence of decision makers?
Yes, I would have thought so, yes.
What about things such as intrusive supervision and regular audits and reviews of the way in which the company is conducting its prosecutorial functions?
Yes.
What about special attention being paid to who you're recruiting to investigate alleged crimes against the Mail?
Yes, I would have thought so. I assumed that all of the people in the teams were proper qualified lawyers.
Is the truth of the matter that you, in your position, did not have any developed understanding of the extent to which Royal Mail prosecuted, or the way in which the things that I've just mentioned were or were not carried into effect?
No, I, as I've said earlier, I'm not a lawyer, and I would not claim that that is my area of expertise. No.
Can we look, please, at RMG 708, please? This is the following year. You can see that it's the 24th of May 2004, and it's a minute of the Audit and Risk Committee of Royal Mail Holdings. You are shown in attendance third down.
Yes.
Can we go to page 6, please? Under the heading Protecting Royal Mail Assets. Mr. Wilson, Director of Security, attended for this item. Committee noted that Royal Mail was inherently vulnerable as a business to attacks on its assets, whether through fraud or other events. The committee noted the key activity of the business in protecting Royal Mail's assets and pipelines, including increased focus on fraud investigations, protection of information, and the level of prosecution. Separate discussions have taken place and action plans have been developed to address the issues highlighted recently in dispatches, which you mentioned a moment ago. The company had made 299 prosecutions last year. John Neal asked if the policy on prosecutions was clear and what level of resources would be required to improve the prosecution rate. Mr. Wilson did not feel that an increase in resource was necessary or likely to be effective. The company had identified a problem in recruiting people in cities where criminal activity was at higher levels. This is a discussion about protecting Royal Mail assets and prosecutions.
Yes.
And again, there's a note of the number of prosecutions made in the previous year. Again, in your view, does this relate and only relate to Royal Mail prosecutions and not include within the figure Post Office?
I think so, yes.
And again, why were the Post Office prosecutions and the conduct of those not being sent up to the Royal Mail Board, which you've said already, but also to this Audit and Risk Committee?
Well, the headline says protecting Royal Mail assets, so not knowing what the conversation was at a previous meeting, but it could be that this is a follow-up to the dispatches thing. One of the things we did post-dispatches was manage to get agreement from the government to allow us to check the criminal records of anyone that was joining Royal Mail, because we had an issue with bringing people in who were there to do us harm, particularly on the casual side. And I should stress, by the way, that makes it sound like there were lots of people at Royal Mail who were bad people. Actually, there were lots of wonderful people in that organisation, and the vast majority were terrific people. But clearly we had a problem here, and we had to ensure that those people who were joining the organisation were ones that we had done the proper checks on as a way of cutting down on the level of crime that was being committed on the company, and indeed therefore the citizens of the UK.
And my question was, why have we seen discussion in the main board and in this committee of the numbers of prosecutions, you say brought by Royal Mail, and about prosecutorial policy here being referenced to the committee? But on your account, none of this relates to the Post Office.
No.
Why was that not considered by either the committee or the main board of Royal Mail?
I don't know. Because we had gone through that very difficult and bad experience in Royal Mail, I think this was part of, I guess, what I mentioned earlier about therefore being very transparent up about the issues that we were trying to deal with on the letters side of the business. So this would have been brought forward by the letters team to try and create that understanding of what we were dealing with. Clearly, for whatever reason, and I don't recall why, that same drive obviously wasn't there from the Post Office team.
Can we look thirdly? We've looked at the board, we've looked at the committee. Can I look at a third potential source of oversight, the management board, please? RMG 6031, please. And if we just blow up the top part, thank you. This is the Royal Mail Management Board, which sat essentially underneath the Royal Mail Holdings PLC main board, as I've called it. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
It's for Tuesday, the 20th of January 2004, the minute, and you are present, and you're shown as a person present because you are a member of this board.
Correct.
And could we look, please, at page 5? And scroll down to prosecution policy, RMM 0494, which is I think that's the title of the paper. The management board received a paper which updated the board on current levels of legal expenditure and seeking endorsement for a change in priorities, and considered which activities might be ceased or reduced without significant risk to the business in order to facilitate the further headcount reductions. The board noted the balance between further headcount reductions in legal services and increasing external legal costs was being carefully managed. It endorsed the prioritisation of the resource used in criminal prosecutions by the company. The company's public position of having a strict policy towards offenders wouldn't be altered by this. Mr Evans would investigate the possibility of increasing police and CPS involvement and report back to the board on the outcome of these investigations. And then 2 action points are noted. Would you say this is again about, and only about, Royal Mail prosecutions?
I believe so, yes, for 2 reasons. You will have noticed on a lot of the, well, hopefully all of the minutes that you see, we had a policy of asking the team responsible to come to a meeting to present things. You'll notice from the front page that you put up, there's no one from the post office in that.
Go back to page 1, please. And if we scroll down, we'll see the others attending, which is, I think, where they would appear if they were there. Thank you. And you're making the point that there's no post office.
There's no post office there. And if you look at David Mills's, who was the chief executive of post office attendance, he didn't join till quite a bit after that topic. And I don't think there's any way we would have taken that topic if it involved the post office without him there and without any representative of the post office there.
And does that, again, that can come down, thank you.
To the best of my memory.
Does that again reflect the fact that just like the main board, just like the Audit and Risk Committee, the management board did not oversee or supervise in any way the conduct of prosecutions by Post Office Limited?
No.
Even though such prosecutions were being conducted by Royal Mail lawyers?
Yes. On behalf of the post office. And again, I should say that's not my memory, but I completely take what you're saying as read.
Why was it the case that this prosecutorial activity of the post office was not the subject of any scrutiny in or by the 3 mechanisms that we've just looked at? Board, Risk Committee, or Management Board?
I'm assuming that's because the post office, if you remember, I think there was a question, which is somewhere in my statement, around who set the agendas for the meetings. I think, as I mentioned earlier, at Royal Mail, we were really pushing things forward and trying to improve things and deal with things very openly and transparently. If Paul at that stage would be asked through the chairman or the chief executive if they wanted any items raised at the holdings board, and they would put those forward. Obviously, Mr. Layton was also on the poll board itself. And I guess that would be because they didn't volunteer this issue as being one that they wanted to be discussed in that forum. At the management board, that was really about where the 2 companies came together in a sort of trading and commercial agreement, as I said earlier.
Would another way of describing it be that you let them get on with it?
I wouldn't have put it that way, but I understand why you might take that reference.
Do you ever remember receiving reports about the conduct of prosecutions by Royal Mail lawyers on behalf of the Post Office?
No, I don't.
Do you think, looking back with hindsight, this is an activity that ought to have been the subject of oversight and supervision by one or more of the 3 boards or committees that I've just mentioned?
With the benefit of hindsight, yes, I do.
To what extent is that issue that we've identified the product of the structural difficulties that you identified in paragraph 11 of your witness statement?
As I said, again, looking back with hindsight, I think that was one of my concerns, that in this structure it allowed things to potentially appear in the cracks, for want of a better phrase, because I can't think of a better one right now.
What information ought the Royal Mail board, its management board, or its risk committee to have received from Post Office Limited about the conduct of prosecutions?
Probably similar to what we've seen on letters, which is an explanation of what was going on and to what degree.
We've seen that in one of the minutes that the board was exercising some control, was either turning the dial up or turning it down on the extent to which an active prosecution policy should be pursued. Would that be a function of Royal Mail Group board over the Post Office that it ought to have performed?
Again, I think the level of awareness of this, because of the lack of communication from the Post Office, was probably very low.
Where does the responsibility for the lack of communication from the Post Office fall?
I think you would have to say with the Post Office Chief Executive and Chairman.
That
assumes, by the way, sorry, beg your pardon for...
Yes, I think we're about to say the same thing. That assumes that they knew.
Exactly that. And I'm, obviously I don't know whether they did or not. My assumption is that they didn't, but I guess that's one of the rules of the inquiry, is to figure that out.
As well as responsibility potentially resting with Post Office's Chief Executive and Chairman, does responsibility not rest with Royal Mail for designing a structure in which none of its systems of oversight picked up that this prosecutorial activity was even going on on your account?
I think it is a matter of real regret that all of those checks and balances, the governance systems in both companies failed, as well as internal audit, external audit. All the checks and balances that were put in failed to surface this issue out of the Post Office to a wider set of people.
What was the level of your contact with Royal Mail's General Counsel?
Mostly through the company secretary, but from time to time separately.
Did you ever explore with the General Counsel how he or she, the extent to which he or she had involvement in the prosecutorial activities of the Post Office?
I did not know.
Did you ever explore with such General Counsel how they ensured adequate resources were available to ensure effective oversight of the Post Office's own legal and regulatory obligations?
It was quite a regular question at most audit committees to the various teams in through Jonathan in legal and internal audit. Have you got enough people to do the job that you need to do? That would be a question that would be regularly asked.
What steps, if any, did the Post Office, the Royal Mail Board, or you take to ensure that the role of General Counsel was effectively discharged so as to ensure compliance by the Post Office with its legal obligations so far as prosecutions are concerned?
I think that because he reported to the company secretary, I think his role would have been reviewed by the company secretary in terms of performance.
And so the answer, I think, is for you personally, none, but that's because it was Mr. Evans' responsibility.
That's correct.
You tell us in your witness statement, no need to turn it up, it's paragraph 43, that you trusted the managing director stroke CEO of the Post Office and the chair to raise any significant systemic or reputational issues relevant to the Post Office that would have had an impact on the group, either at the Royal Mail Management Board meetings or the main board meetings. Is that right?
Yes.
When you say you trusted, do you mean that you assumed that they would?
Not just that. I mean, obviously, I assumed as good people in senior position, very qualified for roles, that they would volunteer those issues. But as you can tell in many places of my statement, I made it very clear that our style of management from the board down was to go looking for problems. We were fixing things across the business. I clearly wish we had known about this, because I think when I look at collectively what we were tackling, I'm sure we would have done if we were aware of it. And unfortunately, which is a huge regret, we weren't.
And so you and your board and your management board, you tell us, actively sought out problematic areas.
Yes.
And not only was this one not found, those within Post Office did not escalate it to you or your board.
They did not.
How would you define an issue that had, quote, significant systemic or reputational issues relevant to the Post Office? I.e., what was the threshold that needed to be crossed in order for an issue to be escalated to you?
I think something that would genuinely impact the performance of the company, that would also have an impact on the group itself, whether that was financially or reputationally.
How was that made clear to the, or communicated to the Post Office executive team, so that they would know, for example, the issues with which we're dealing, whether they fell on the escalate or do not escalate side of the line?
Yeah. I don't think there would have been many board meetings without the chairman and the non-exec directors and the executive in the space of myself saying that we needed to try to get to the bottom of all the issues. It all started with inheriting a company in severe trouble, and we asked people at all times to be open, transparent, and for bad news to travel very fast. We went looking for that. If I take an example, which is in my statement in the letters business, myself and the chairman would meet with thousands of frontline delivery office managers on a regular basis. We would get them to tell us everything that they felt was wrong with the business, issues they needed fixing. We'd go away, we'd come back the next time, we'd tell them what we'd done in terms of fixing that, and we'd ask them what we needed to tackle next. So all of those issues were about just trying to make progress on a company that was starting from a very, very terrible position.
Were you relying on the judgment and discretion of the CEO and the chair within the Post Office to raise matters which they thought ought to be before the board?
Yes.
Do you know what steps they took to motivate or encourage their staff towards openness and accountability and transparency in your period of office?
I think Sir Mike Hodgkinson, I think, set up the risk committee there and chaired it himself. I think he tried to install the right attitudes. Obviously, I wasn't in any of those meetings. I wasn't in the poll board meeting, other than on the two occasions I think that we spoke about earlier. So I was never seeing that firsthand.
You've mentioned that there was a fundamental difference in culture between Royal Mail and Post Office, and that related in particular to openness. Is that right?
I'm not sure if you might correct me and say I used the word fundamental, but certainly no. I thought there was a real difference in
a real difference. Okay. And in what did that have its origins?
I don't. Obviously, this is looking back with hindsight.
Well, my next question was going to be: was it obvious at the time?
Not obvious in that sense, but I think the Post Office, I think internally within the Post Office, always thought of themselves as a different organisation, the public service, the face of government, and felt that that was very different from the space that Royal Mail was increasingly inhabiting. So I think there was a sort of difference in outlook, there was a difference in the objective of the two companies, and as I said earlier, I think all the separation things, which in many ways made sense, in terms of those different futures, I think also probably exacerbated some of those feelings of we're different.
We've heard evidence in the inquiry from more than one person that they took decisions not to escalate concerns about Horizon or the way that cases were prosecuted because the Post Office was a highly politicised organisation. It was very hierarchical. They would have been seen, for example, as stepping out of line if they had delivered such a message that it wouldn't have been good for their career, and they chose unconsciously to protect themselves. Was that a culture of which you were aware within the Post Office at the time?
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that. I mean, I certainly encouraged the complete opposite. I wanted people to be open. We encouraged people to be open. It's actually partly why we created Have You Say. It's why it was anonymous. And I regret if that was the case within Post Office, but there were also other ways anonymously to get information to people if people were concerned. There was also whistleblowing too, but I think Have You Say was another way of doing that. So there was more than one route to be able to do that.
You say that you trusted Mr. Cook when he was managing director to raise systemic or reputational issues that have been devolved to Pol, such as concerning legal or IT functions, to you and to the main board. Is that right?
I did, yes.
Have you had any reaction, or how do you feel about Mr. Cook's claim that in his period of office, he did not even know that the Post Office had a prosecutorial function until 2009, i.e. until the Computer Weekly article, despite having been managing director of the Post Office since 2006 and a non-executive director for years before then?
I would find that surprising.
He has told the inquiry that although he had conversations with the head of security about fraud, about liaison with the police, he remained in the dark about the prosecutorial function. At the time, did he strike you as a man who was so out of touch with the business that he was running that he wouldn't know that one of its functions was to prosecute its own staff, resulting in many of them being sent to prison?
He certainly always gave the impression of someone who was very much in control of his brief. His particular area of expertise was in financial services, which was including his previous role. And obviously that was, given the amount of government revenue that had been lost, both through the loss of benefits payments and the forthcoming loss of the Pol card, financial services was one of the few ways that the Post Office could fill that revenue gap. And so he was brought in specifically with that skill. I do know that he spent, I remember him always saying how much time he spent with sub-postmasters, with the NFSP, and he never gave the impression to either myself or indeed the board, in fairness, of being anything other than in control of that brief.
You tell us in your witness statement that, as you have done today, that Mr. Evans, Jonathan Evans, the company secretary, sat on both boards, the main board and Post Office Limited board, correct?
He did, yes.
Was his role, by sitting on both of those boards, expected to be one which exercised any particular function across both businesses, i.e. by reason of sitting on both boards?
Well, as you know, the company secretary has a slightly different role in the sense of not being part of a management team, if you like. Effectively, they report to the board and to the chairman in a more independent way. Jonathan also had a huge history with the company, And so he played that sort of role of understanding the history, both sides of the business, and was trusted by everyone on the board, whether that was the holdings board or indeed the post office board.
My question is more, was it by design, i.e. with a purpose or an outcome in mind, that he sat on both boards?
I think it was to ensure there was more glue there across the two. Again, that's something that had been decided quite a while before I arrived, but was there and in place when I arrived and seemed to work very well.
And he was the line manager, essentially, of the legal services team within the Royal Mail Holdings?
Yes, he was.
Can you say whether or not that played any part in the decision that he should be company secretary of both organisations and should sit on both boards?
I genuinely don't know. Partly because the decision had been made quite some time before I arrived. I'm sorry.
Can we turn, please, to your knowledge of Horizon? You tell us in your witness statement that you recall that the system was first piloted in 1995 and rolled out in 2000, with further development thereafter, and was therefore relatively established when you arrived in 2003.
When I say I recall, I now recall because I've read all this stuff. When I arrived, it was just the system that the post office used.
Were you therefore not aware of the history of the procurement for the contracting about and the development of Horizon when you arrived?
Not the slightest, no. It would be quite unusual for someone to arrive and people to take them back 8 years, 5 years, whatever. So no, not.
Well, I want to ask you about the extent to which any of that back history was revealed to you. Were you aware of the collapse of the wider contract between the Post Office, Fujitsu, then called ICL, and the Benefits Agency?
No.
That was a matter of quite some controversy in the late 90s before you joined at Royal Mail. That was something of which you were unaware?
No.
Were you aware of or told about on arrival the issue of the withdrawal of the benefits card, benefits payment card, and therefore the benefits agency from a joint programme with the Post Office, which was seen as an existential crisis for the Post Office?
No. You don't mean when they decided to no longer pay benefits?
Yes.
Through the Post Office?
Yes.
Do you? I was aware of that because obviously that was a dramatic loss of revenue for the Post Office, which actually caused a lot of the initial subsidies to be required from the government.
Was that linked in your briefings or your readings in any way with originally the benefits agency being part of a joint programme to procure the system?
That was entirely linked to the fact that this was coming from the DWP, Department for Work and Pensions, which was their role, not surprisingly, was to get value for money in terms of the public purse. And effectively the cost, as it was described to me, the cost of providing a benefits payment to a particular individual through the Post Office, I don't remember the exact figures, but roughly speaking might be £1. And if it was done directly into their bank account, it might be a matter of 5 or 6 pence. So from a spending taxpayers' money wisely point of view, that was a change that they felt they had to make. So in that sense, the government was both inadvertently causing the difficulty of taking a lot of money away from the Post Office and the sub-postmasters, but then was also trying to solve the problem in another part of the field by providing a subsidy to help allow the company to continue to trade.
And you weren't told or didn't read about on joining the company that part of the equation for the DWP opting for direct payments was that they had lost trust in Fujitsu, ICL pathway, and the quality and reliability of the computer system that they were selling?
As it was told to me, it was all about the cost-benefit analysis for them and the use of public money.
Were you told about a political decision having been made that the Post Office had to take the Horizon system from Fujitsu against many of its employees' wishes?
No.
Because they too thought that it lacked, and its supplier lacked credibility and reliability?
No, I don't. When was that? Was that?
That carried on for many, many years.
Okay, well, I'm not aware, no.
Okay.
Long before my time, I assume.
When the system was being developed, tested, and then rolled out, there were a series of so-called acceptance incidents, i.e. problems or issues with the system or with processes that contractual provisions regulated as to whether they needed to be solved before a national rollout. Were you briefed about that process, the acceptance incidents issue?
No.
Were you aware of the autumn 2000 National Audit Office report, which criticised Post Office management and indeed the government in the management of the arrangements in the contractual history for the procurement of Horizon?
No.
When you took up your role in 2003, did you have any appreciation at all, or were you briefed about any issues with the contracting for development of and rolling out of Horizon?
No. As I arrived, the system had effectively been rolled out, and people were, as far as I was aware, just dealing with that as the system the company had used. And organisations, in my experience, do have a habit of, once they're up and running with something, there's a tendency just to get on with things and not look back.
Horizon was relatively well established by 2003.
Yes.
And was working.
As far as I was aware, yes.
Did nobody brief you about the rather problematic birth that it had had?
No.
At any of the future meetings that you attended, did any of those who had been in post at the time of the rather difficult development of Horizon, for example, David Miller or Jonathan Evans, ever tell you about those issues?
Jonathan did not, and part of my briefing when I arrived at the company was meeting Dave Miller, and I do not believe he mentioned it at all.
Would you agree that the Horizon system was one on which the effective and efficient running of the business was greatly dependent?
Yes, I would.
It was a business critical system?
Yes.
But what steps did the main board take in your 7-year period to ensure that it was running reliably and with integrity?
I don't recall exactly, but I would naturally assume that it will have been part of the internal audit plan.
Can you recall whether any steps, such steps were taken by the management board or the risk committee?
Well, the internal audit plan would all be approved and come to the management board and the audit committee and the board for debate.
Are you aware of internal audit conducting any review or investigation in your 7 years of the reliability and accuracy of the data that Horizon produced?
I genuinely can't remember, sorry.
Would internal audit, if they did conduct such an investigation or a review, be the appropriate people to do so?
Yes.
What skills did internal audit have so far as the operation of a computer system have?
Well, it's a financial accounting system. They have those skills and abilities. That's what good audit teams do. They know how to get under the skin of projects like that and to understand how the mechanics of the system worked. If they were concerned about anything like that, they would have the ability to call in further expertise in any particular area and then to bring forward a report. And as I said earlier, we encouraged, you will have noticed on some of the papers, certainly I know the ones that were sent to me, that our internal audit reports were pretty brutal, and we asked them to be that way because we wanted to understand, you know, the worst of what we were dealing with. As to when and if they did one on Horizon, as I said earlier, I genuinely can't remember. I would have thought so on the ground of over those years and an important issue, but I don't remember the individual report. I'm very sorry.
Sir, I've sailed past 3 o'clock.
How is the transcriber faring?
I think she just said she wanted a 10-minute break.
Yeah, okay. So we'll begin again at 3:15? Oh, yes, 3:15.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Crozier, you address in your witness statement, no need to turn them up, paragraph 63 to 65, issues of knowledge of bugs, errors and defects in Horizon. Is the short summary this, that at no time did anyone within the Post Office executive team or its board draw your attention, or so far as you're aware, your board's attention to any bugs, errors or defects in Horizon?
As far as I recall, they did not. Could I just mention one more point, if I may?
Yes, of course.
Just in case I misunderstood an earlier question, you asked me about external audit of the Horizon system. Obviously, the external auditors were constantly testing when they were reviewing the accounts and the numbers at the half year and the full year, that the system was working as it should work.
Just stopping you there, if I may,
Yep.
Without wishing to probe on a clarification point
Yep.
you raised. You said obviously the external auditors were examining the operation of Horizon. Why was that obvious to you?
Oh, sorry, just a word. Sorry, no particular meaning. I just meant in the sense of obviously they would be checking the quality of earnings, the quality of the numbers in the work that they were doing for half year and full year audits. Just in case I misunderstood you and thinking
Yes.
was it an outside specific look at Horizon? That was all.
That's a very...
If it's a needless clarification, I'm sorry.
It's certainly not needless at all, because we have seen the audits and the extent to which they do undertake that function. And that's a very open question.
Okay.
Why did you believe that external auditors, as part of their external accounting audit function, would assess the reliability of the Horizon system?
Well, they would be looking at the numbers and the quality of the numbers and the consistency of the numbers that they were looking at. So I assume they would be cross-checking all of that all of the time.
And so does it amount to this? You would expect that if they are to sign off the accounts, where in circumstances where the data within them is produced by a computer system, they would make some inquiries and conduct some investigation on an annual basis into the reliability of the data itself?
I would have thought so. Again, I'm a layman on this, but I would have thought so.
Was anything ever said or shown to you, so far as you can now recall, that suggested that that is what they in fact did?
Nothing was shown to me suggest that they had a concern about the quality of the numbers.
And was anything shown to you to suggest, so far as you can now recall, that their audit in fact involved any examination of the integrity of the Horizon system?
I don't recall, sorry.
Can we turn back then to the bugs, errors and defects
Yes, I'm
issue?
sorry. Yep.
I think it remains the case that you say that in your 7-year tenure, at no time did the Post Office draw your attention to any bugs, errors and defects in the Horizon system.
No, and the operations team, whether that was David Miller, Rick Francis or Paula Venables, they attended lots of different meetings. I do not recall them doing that, no.
You, I think, probably know now in general terms that as a result of the findings of a series of court cases, it has been established that within the period 2000 to 2010, so including your period of office from 2003 to 2010, there were a series of bugs, errors and defects in the Horizon system, of which the Post Office knew and which either caused or were capable of causing financial irregularities and balancing problems.
I am now aware of that, yes.
Would you expect the Post Office, the people within the Post Office who you have just listed, if they had been aware of them, to draw them to you and your board's attention?
I would have expected them in the first instance to draw them to the attention of the Post Office exec team and board, and absolutely yes, to, if they were serious and systematic, to the management team and the holdings board, yes.
So you would have expected it not to have been a direct communication to you, but to have gone through the Post Office board route, is that right?
Well, to simplify, I would have expected them to tell the Post Office Chief Executive, and I would have expected the Post Office Chief Executive to tell the board and myself very quickly and simultaneously.
Did you know about a Post Office stock line on Horizon, namely one in which it was said that the system is robust?
Only from what the inquiry has sent me in terms of some of the responses sent by Alan Cook to various parties.
I think you're referring to some internal Post Office emails which refer to what I've just said as being our stock line.
Yeah, okay.
Firstly, were you
not aware of that? No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Were you aware of the? Had you heard the phrase when you were in office that the Post Office believes that its system is robust and has integrity?
I certainly never heard. I didn't hear that statement, but I never heard anyone say that it wasn't.
And so you hadn't, as you recall, heard the stock line, nor did you know it was called a stock line?
No, sorry.
Is that because, from your perspective, the integrity or lack of it in Horizon wasn't an issue?
It wasn't an issue that was being flagged up by anyone in that sort of chain of checks and balances that I outlined earlier, no.
If Horizon's integrity was in question, but a stock line was being used in which it was said that it was robust, that would be a serious matter for not only the Post Office, but for Royal Mail Group, wouldn't it?
It would indeed, and it would also be entirely wrong.
I'm sorry?
It would indeed.
In late 2009 and early 2010, I think the business had only just secured state subsidy to bring it barely into profitability, is that right?
I think it finally came through after I left, sometime later in 2010, I believe.
And had the securing of that state subsidy been a major issue for most of your period of time in office?
I think there were 3 occasions, I think, when that became an enormous debate. Probably one of the biggest was around 2006. Because at that point they'd announced that the Post Office card account was also going, so there was in terms of looking forward and going concern basis, there was yet more revenue going to be disappearing from the Post Office, and that required, I think part of the agreement then was a particular subsidy. I can't remember the exact number, but it also meant a reduction in the number of post offices by around 2,500, I think. So from a Post Office point of view, for almost every sub-postmaster, an issue was the declining income and the closures of the Post Office. And I think for MPs, for select committees, for government, that sort of almost took over the whole agenda for the Post Office. And at roughly the same time, there was a thing called the Hooper Review, which was an independent government review, which they adopted, which came up with 4 things. 1, that the Royal Mail should be allowed private capital. 2, that the Post Office should stay in public ownership. 3, there should be a change in regulator. And 4, government should look to try and take care of the Post Office pension. The code for outside capital was actually, that was a request from the shareholder to try to look to see if Royal Mail could be sold in part or in whole to another European player or private equity.
Would you agree that the significance of the dire financial situation of the business, the Post Office business, would have been apparent to everyone in the Post Office executive teams throughout your time in post?
Most certainly.
And would you agree that if any question marks over the integrity of Horizon and the data it produced would be a very significant matter, not only for the post office, but also for the shareholder.
It would.
In part because that shareholder was also responsible for the investment by way of the subsidy.
Indeed.
You say that Royal Mail met with the shareholder executive, SHIEX, on a roughly quarterly basis.
Yes.
When you were providing feedback and updates to the government through the shareholder executive, were you entirely reliant, if the matter concerned the post office, on the information that the post office board and chief executive relayed to you?
The conversations that we had with the shareholder executive as the Royal Mail management team were mostly around, I think, if I can find the right space in my statement, were around the financial performance of the company, how far we were getting with our modernisation programme, relationships with the unions, and of course questions of ownership. I've mentioned one around the potential sale of, or in part, of Royal Mail. There was another large debate where myself and Alan Leighton and the board, we wanted to try to turn Royal Mail into, in shorthand, a John Lewis partnership. We wanted 20% of the company to be owned by our people, and I include in that sub-postmasters. We valued the sub-postmasters. Alan, as an ex-retailer, understood the importance of frontline managers, and we wanted the sub-postmasters actually to have an ownership of the post office. So we discussed things like that, but obviously we discussed funding. At the same time, the post office had very regular meetings with shareholder executive, but a separate team within that, and that was the constant day-to-day on post office business, closure programs, revenue, all of those things. So there was anyone sort of parallel, if you like, conversations going on.
Was anyone from Royal Mail Group present at any of those meetings or communications between the shareholder executive and post office?
No doubt some, but probably not all, and some would have been Jonathan Evans, I think.
And so there were, as you've described it, essentially two parallel routes back to government?
Yeah, correct, yes.
You tell us in your statement that the shareholder executive rarely attended Royal Mail board holdings. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
But why was that?
Well, the times I can remember them attending were, to be honest, the things I've mentioned, which were around potential ownership changes, were around the solvency debate and the subsidies. That always had to be, I mean, another degree of separation was that had to be very carefully done from a Royal Mail point of view. Those had to be commercial loans at competitive rates.
Just cutting through it, Mr. Crozier,
Yep.
Were they entitled to attend?
They were absolutely entitled
every
to
meeting.
attend. Yes, sorry, but rarely did, save for those really big topics of funding, solvency, and ownership.
And that was their choice, is that right?
That was their choice. Yeah.
And what about attendance by the shareholder executive at post office at board meetings?
During my time, they did not do that, nor did they have a representative on the board during my time, no.
And what was the reason for that?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
Finally then, please, you tell us in your witness statement that your objective in your period of office was to deliver a better group for all stakeholders. And would you agree that, so far as this inquiry is concerned, that objective would include treating sub-postmasters as trusted trading partners?
I would indeed.
Not assuming that they were on the take, or some of them were on the take?
No, I think some of the language I've heard over the last few weeks is deplorable.
Were you aware of the removal of the facility for sub-postmasters to query losses that were attributable to them by the computer system?
No, I have racked my brain on that, and I genuinely don't remember that coming to the board, no.
But would you agree that the removal of that function was inconsistent with treating them as trusted trading partners?
I don't know the detail of it. From the sounds of it, I would have agreed with you.
It was a form of requiring them to pay for all losses attributed to their branch by a computer without the facility for them to query or even to investigate how that loss had occurred. You, I suspect, have read some of the judgments of the courts of the past few years concerning the Horizon system.
They've made it very clear in terms of the failures in terms of disclosure.
That's in particular, the Horizon Issues judgment of 2019 sets out a series, and it's into double figures, of defects in Horizon which were prevalent and were known about by the Post Office during your 7-year tenure. Looking back, who is responsible for the fact that none of that on your account was escalated to you or your board?
I'm not sure it's fair or right for me to speculate on something as important as this. All I can see from what I remember at the time was it did not get up to the areas that I've mentioned earlier. Looking back with hindsight now, clearly at a certain level in the Post Office, it went no further.
This happened in a sense on your watch.
Yes, it did.
You must have had a period of self-reflection and thought, what went wrong? What conclusions, if any, did you arrive at?
Well, I mentioned in my statement, I can genuinely say it's one of the toughest jobs I've ever done, from a terrible starting point and the degree of difficulty in making change in the Royal Mail. I do look back and wonder, as we talked about extensively earlier, whether the structure exacerbated the problems, for want of a better word. I can see that there was a lack of transparency now in the Post Office. I had assumed they were making the same strides that we were in the rest of the company. And at the time, what I don't understand now is why people, it seems like a perfectly normal thing for me to do, is if you were worried about the performance or you thought there was issues, why you wouldn't get someone from the outside in to look at that and give you a genuine, open, independent view of what the problem was. And I can see that those were the mistakes. And whilst I used to like to look back on my time as it being very hard, but we made a lot of progress, clearly it's impossible to do that now without feeling that it's in large part tainted by this, for obvious reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Crozier. They're the questions that I ask. Sir, there are 2 lots of core participant questions of no more than 5 minutes each. I think we'll start with Mr. Maloney, if that's possible.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Crozier, just two matters, please. Early in the question of you by Mr. Beer this afternoon, you were taken to Audit, Risk and Compliance Committee minutes. Do you remember?
Yes.
And prosecutions were referred to in those minutes. Numbers of prosecutions, cost to the business and so on. Your view was that the discussions to which those entries referred must have related solely to Royal Mail prosecutions.
I think so, yes.
One of the reasons for that was that nobody from Post Office was present at the meeting when they were discussed.
It was also because they were referred to as Royal Mail personnel, if I remember, and that's not how sub-postmasters would be referred to in the Royal Mail.
At the time of the meeting about which those minutes were prepared, Was it Post Office Legal Department that conducted Post Office prosecutions or Royal Mail?
I thought it was Post Office.
If I suggested to you that Post Office only took over prosecutions after separation of Royal Mail Holdings and Post Office Limited in 2012, would you be able to disagree?
I don't recall. I'm not sure I'd be able to disagree, no.
Right. So you don't know who was responsible, you're not sure who was responsible for Post Office prosecutions at the time at which those minutes were prepared?
Well, I assume the client would have been, well, those minutes I think referred to Royal Mail. So just to make sure I understand the question, if you're asking me who was responsible for the Post Office, obviously the Post Office was the client.
Right.
Where they were sourcing that legal help from, I had always assumed it was partly internal, partly through a bit of Royal Mail resource, and obviously external resource too, as far as I can recall.
Thank you. You've just agreed with Mr. Beer that Post Office was facing real financial difficulty on your watch.
Yes.
Yeah. Insolvency was an issue.
From before I joined and during the time I was there, yes.
And you agreed that those were factors that everyone in the business would have been well aware of?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Anyone who read the annual reports or the press indeed?
Yes.
Yeah. And you agreed that Horizon was a business critical system?
Yes.
If Horizon were to fail because it lacked integrity and you had to start from scratch, it would have heightened even more so the commercial survival of the Post Office at that time, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would, but that would have had to be faced into if there was a problem there, because, you know, frankly, the issues we were facing on Royal Mail were, in terms of cost and investment, far greater than that would have been. So it would have had to have been faced into. And the Post Office, as actually in fairness the government showed, was not something that the government was ever prepared to allow to truly fail. It was more a question of what was appropriate in terms of the revenue that was genuinely there versus the desire to obviously allow the Post Office to continue its really valued role as part of the social fabric of the UK, particularly for certain segments of the population.
In hindsight, though, do you think that essentially the existential problems that would have arisen around the failure of Horizon would have been a disincentive to those who'd been present at the difficult birth of Horizon to, as it were, escalate that up in terms of telling you what went wrong in the early days and what problems there had been with Horizon in its development and rollout before you arrived?
I'm not sure I do agree with that, if I'm being honest. You know, I wasn't aware Horizon had had this very difficult birth, for want of a better phrase. Mm-hmm. But all IT systems constantly need improving and fixing. And the company in full mode was trying to fix everything. And I do like to think, I know this is incredibly easy to say now, I hasten to add that if we had been aware there was a real issue that needed fixing, I think collectively people would have figured out a way to tackle that. And I think that case would have had to have been made by the government, because in the end, it would have been more important to get it right. So I still believe, whatever the difficulties, if people genuinely felt there were problems, they should have said something.
If people knew of the problems before you arrived,
yep,
should they have said something about that to you?
I certainly wish they had.
Thank you, Mr. Crozier.
Mr. Crozier, I represent a large number of sub-postmasters and mistresses. Towards the end of the evidence and the answers you were giving to Mr. Beer, you said this. You said that if you were worried about the performance, if you thought there were issues, why wouldn't you get someone from outside in to look at that and give you a genuine independent view of what the problem was? Mr. Beer was asking you questions about difficulties and failures in the Horizon system. Mr. Crozier, there were people who were raising queries about the performance of Horizon. They were sub-postmasters, mistresses. They were trying to do that in the time that you were in charge by phoning the helpline and saying, we've got a problem, this thing's got a shortfall, it's not my fault, something wrong with the machine. You know what they were told, Ms. Crozier, during your period? They were told to pay up for that supposed shortfall. So people did raise problems with the Horizon system. They were the sub-postmasters that are under your care. What do you think about that?
I think that's obviously entirely wrong. I would have expected, I thought, and would have expected that when people raised issues, these would be openly and fairly looked at. I know from the evidence I've been sent that people sent letters which the Post Office team replied to. I always assume, because I do it myself, I wouldn't send or sign a letter that I didn't believe in, so I assume that people will check those things out properly, and I assume that they would handle those professionally and openly and ensure that any issues that were raised were investigated properly.
You probably heard, Mr. Crozier, that what happened was that because sub-postmasters and mistresses were being told to pay up, it's your contractual duty they were told to pay up, and many of them did, paying up for shortfalls that were certainly not their fault. They got that money from their own pockets. They got that money sometimes from borrowing from friends. Some, you may recall, got that money from their kids' piggy banks. Others got money from loan sharks at extortionate interest rates, tipping them into financial chaos and bankruptcy. Now, help us, please, understand what happened to that money when it was paid in. Was it properly accounted for, this money paid in to balance supposed shortfalls?
I assume it was through the financial team.
Was it accounted for as profit?
I don't know.
Well, the very early part of the questions being asked by Mr. Beer, he asked you a number of questions about the corporate directorial responsibility. Mm. And part of the director's responsibility is a responsibility over the accounts of a business. Is that agreed?
Yes, it is.
It is. And it would be wholly wrong, would you agree, to account for a payment for a shortfall as profit? Do you agree with that?
I'm not an accounting expert, so no, I don't. I wouldn't know exactly how you would account for different payments and different.
Your background is you have a business qualification, I believe, and you've obviously worked at very senior levels.
I have, but
you have a basic understanding of accounts, don't you? And you have a responsibility to read those accounts, don't you?
I do.
Yes. One of the accounts kept by a business is a profit and loss account. Do you agree?
It is.
Right. So money being paid in by a sub-postmaster on being told you need to pay up for a supposed shortfall, is that a profit, Mr. Crozier? Machine saying something wrong here, there's £100,000 gone. So that sub-postmaster, using my example, is then paying that large sum of money in. Is that actually meant to be recorded as a profit, Mr. Crozier?
I suppose it depends what it's replacing. I don't know.
Shouldn't it be on the balance sheet? Because in theory it's creating the opposite side to the loss.
I assume so, yes.
Yes, that's where it should be.
Yeah.
Now, the directors of Post Office should have had, Post Office Limited, should have had their eye on these accounts, shouldn't they?
Yes.
Yes. The second reason for them to have eye on the accounts is on the costs of the legal actions being taken against sub-postmasters. Do you agree?
I would agree, yes.
Because that's a way of looking at and tracking the money that was being paid for the expensive costs of taking people to court, or the cleaners. Now, those directors, including yourself, from the board, from the RMG board level, did you pay attention to the costs, the legal costs being spent on those people being prosecuted, the legal costs of those people being taken to the civil courts?
They would have been taken in the round, I suspect, at both the Post Office and the Royal Mail.
Because sorry, forgive me for interrupting. You finish.
Okay.
Because this period of time we're talking about, which Mr. Beer has emphasised, was a period of time for the Post Office and RMG where the business was financially in trouble.
Indeed.
It was a period of time whereby Post Office branches, the numbers of them were being cut. Yes?
Yes.
And so the question of these costs being put in these accounts, would have been under some scrutiny, wouldn't they?
Yes, they would. There was reference to them in some of the papers that were sent through, yes.
And so one of the ways to get information about what is happening within the business would have been through the scrutiny of accounts. Do you agree?
Yes.
And if money has been taken from sub-postmasters for errors made by the Horizon system and been put into the profit accounts of Post Office, that would be wrong and dishonest, wouldn't it, Mr. Crozier?
Well, I don't know if it was, so it's difficult for me to comment.
If it was, Mr. Crozier, it would be wrong and dishonest, wouldn't it?
On the face of it, yes, but again, I don't know how that was treated.
And lastly, you heard the evidence of Lord Justice Hooper, who gave evidence earlier this week. He said that on a number of occasions, when he was trying to investigate such matters, he asked for the accounts, trying to find out where the money went. And he never got a satisfactory answer. He never saw those accounts. Do you know why?
When was this, sorry?
This was later on after your time.
Okay.
He was after the very sorts of accounts that I've been describing.
Right.
Do you know why he wasn't given those accounts?
I don't see how Mr. Crozier can possibly answer that since he'd gone 4 years previously.
I understand, sir. You're right. Where were those accounts kept, Mr. Crozier? The accounts that relate to profit and loss and balance sheets. Where were they kept? Were they kept at Chesterfield?
Well, obviously, all the information was also held at the head office.
Now, so far we've heard from a number of people in relation to Pol and RMG, and it appears that nobody took responsibility for the prosecution of sub-postmasters. Nobody took oversight of it. Nobody at all. You proud of that?
No.
How much were you paid during your period of time as chair of RMG?
I'd need to look back. I don't know. I'm sure it's absolutely available in all the annual reports.
It's in millions, isn't it, Mr. Crozier?
Yes, it probably is, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crozier. That brings to an end today's session. We'll resume again. Oh, sorry, I should formally thank you for your witness statement and thank you for answering so many questions during the course of today. So we'll resume again at 10 o'clock on Tuesday. I think with Mr. Miller, is it Mr. Beer?
That's right. We've got David Miller first and then David Mills second.
And how squeezed are we for time? We have two witnesses, and it's becoming clear to me that two witnesses is a stretch on occasions in one day.
Yes, we'll review that, sir, in the light of experience.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.